Why? Hello, my brothers. Good morning. Forgot to start the YouTube stream, but now we're all good. Today we're going to work on another ability for the game. And we're going to add in a little bit more content for the rounds. So 1 or 2 more rounds, and we're going to rebalance the rounds too. Because of the picture on screen today, you're giga-braining. Do I want an explanation on STD move? Sure, you can give me an explanation on STD move if you want to. On that account, why don't we just take a look at the YouTube comments and the downvotes on the latest video? What do you guys think? I have made a video talking about literally C++ and bad habits in C++. And people are mad, I think. Let's see, how many likes to dislikes does it have? 81, but that's mostly my subscribers, so it's gonna go down now. That's good. And we have 45 comments on a video that has 700 views. So people have strong opinions, to say the least. All right. And I thought about reading some of the comments so that we get a better idea as to what people think of the video. They called you a noob and agreed with you. You know, not every type is as simple as a plain data type. Some types manage memory themselves, like std vector, and they are expensive to copy. Is that understood until this point? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know how that works. And so what they're trying to do is they're copying the data that doesn't reference memory allocations, and then the memory location stays the same, and they're just invalidating the previous vector. That's essentially what std move does. std move makes sure that expensive allocations are not copied into a new expensive allocation, but they stay allocated, and now they just point to what the copied or the moved vector just points to that same original memory allocation. Is that how it is? Let's see. I do have compiler warnings from font config, and I can't do anything about those. Yes, you can. You should include external libraries as system libraries. For example, in GCC, use the iSystem flag instead of the I flag for include directories. I think MSVC has a pragma for this. What it does, the compiler won't output warnings coming from system havers, aka libraries that you have no control over. It's actually a smart idea, so this guy's not even mad. Nice rage bait. Yeah, Genussemphasis, maybe. So you don't want to copy types like std vector. If you want to copy, if you want to swap 2 of them, you don't want to just copy it, you just want to swap their pointers and their members, like capacity and size. The thing is, std move doesn't do much on its own. It just lets you call a specific constructor and they do the necessary work. It still makes no sense to me. Doesn't make much sense to me. I don't understand how manual management can be bad, to be honest. It can be hard keeping track of when the destructors are called for certain classes, and manual control just lets you understand what exactly is happening at any given point. Unless you forgot to do cleanup. Hey, guys, I don't want to listen to the music right now. I want to listen to game songs right now. Because I'm reading, I can't do that at the same time. I'm gonna disable that for... I'm sorry, Cakez fart. I am sorry, but I cannot read and have some voice in my head talking at the same time. I need to wait for that. Yeah, I'm sorry, bro, but it just doesn't work. I'm not able to do that. So these two constructors aren't the same. My type, other. My type other. Your brain's too small. Let's see, unless you forget to do your cleanup in one place or forgot to account for all exit paths, and this might be due to mental fatigue and not due to skill issue. Destructors are called at the variable scope end and in reverse order created. I don't understand what's hard about it. You don't need to think about it really. Thing is, these guys assume that you're allocating memory and then you're not deallocating it because you're running out of scope. The scope breaks. This is what these guys are assuming. So, but I'm talking about a way of allocating memory and having objects live throughout the lifetime of the program where this can't actually happen. This cannot happen. The idea that you break out early out of a scope and then you have something allocated, it can't happen in my program. That's my point. I've written my program in a way where this cannot happen. So, because this was painful to watch, you clearly have no clue what resource management means, yet you have the audacity to shout wrong like a child. I knew this was gonna happen. I don't want to be like Cakez. It can happen with file handles though. So, here's how I do file handles. Let's see. Here's my game. Schnitzel lib. File IO. So what you're saying is that this function here is essentially can break here. It early returns here. It breaks out of this in fseek. And therefore I never do fclose or fread. I never do fclose. So what's your point? So the point is that somewhere here, after fopen, and this not being the case, so somewhere here, it breaks out. That's your point. Right? How? How can that happen? I'm open to discussion on this, right? It's all about learning. So then how can that happen? How can this function all of a sudden break and the program is still running? That's the point. The program is not halted. It's not broken. It's still running. And we keep on going. What's on the menu today, Cakez? Some Tangy? Yeah, we're gonna make an ability. No, not this particular case probably, but it's the principle in general. Yeah, but I'm not talking about principles in general. I'm talking about making your program in a way where you don't have this happen. So like, if there was really a way for this to fail during runtime, and then early return, and then my program still functions, which will never happen because I'm returning a pointer here and I'm checking this, but we can, then I see, yes, this is a problem. But people assume generalistic ideas and then propagate those to, oh, this guy is dumb or this guy has no idea. Will you always only open files with this one function? Yes. Every single function that I call here calls down to this function. Yes. Every single read file function does this. This one is not yet implemented, but it will essentially, this function here will replace this function later, where it takes in these parameters. So essentially this one will be above here. Just chatting streamer, not just chatting category to reduce his view count. What about file write? Okay, let's see. Writing a file. So, we're always lying. I don't know why I did that. This is what it looks like. This can fail. So the write can fail. But I have an assertion here that holds my program. If the assert is called, the file is kept open. Yeah, but if this happens, I break out of my program. This is designed in a way that the program crashes, and therefore the file handle can't be open anymore. because it's closed the moment it's cleaned up. I did that intentionally because I do not want my game to keep running. So like the only exception would be if I were to write a log file. This is where I would have to write some special code, but for the time being, whenever I write to a file and it fails, I want my program to crash. I don't want it to live. I think it's only a problem if it tries to read the file that is still being written to and seek returns an invalid value where it hangs up. Are you asserting during the during release build too? I do not have a release build yet. I do not have a release build yet. I have a... So that's what I said, right? So first and foremost, during release build, I will have to... No, I don't have a release build yet, guys. I will have to have some special code that happens, which I have not coded yet. But so here's how I see it. I would write a special use case for that. That is not a general use case, because you can't say everything. You can't say that for everything in general. So let's say I have a release build, right? I have not thought about this yet, but let's find a solution for a release build. And I actually have a use case in my game where someone would want to write a file, right? So for example, let's start the game here. Let's say someone is editing a level. They have just created a, I guess here even, they made a new background for a level. Okay, and we have a save button right here, which is very small, but I hope you can see it. Okay, save button right here. They click the save button and this fails. Okay, so what I would do manually, if this fails, I would close the handle manually. I would check if this fails. I would close it manually and then throw a error warning to the user. That's what if I were to program this right now, that's what I would do. But I would not break out early out of this function. It's a simple function. And so in all other cases, other than file writing and reading, I will never have this happen where this could potentially fail. So I don't know. I just don't see this as a problem. Like, I understand what people are trying to say, right? And so I love the discussion around this. Like, I'm not mad that people write this. That's totally fine, right? People can call me an idiot all they want. I don't. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter to me, right? Who cares? You know, it's all about perspective and what you think is important or not. And so I love the discussion around this, though, so that we have like an idea of what could potentially happen, right? And maybe improve. Though I just don't agree with the sentiment that you should do RAII just because in some use case, potentially, something could break and you're not cleaning up resources, but you did allocate resources in that particular case. Yes, I agree. You should clean up your resources, but there's multiple ways to do this. It's not just one way. RAII can help in this situation, but other ways can help too. So, anyways, clearly have no clue what resource management means. Yet you have the audacity to shout wrong like a child. I was waiting for these comments, you know, guys. It is not about memory allocation. He even literally showed you another example of resources with the file opening, not knowing why RAII is important. Even outside memory allocations makes you a beginner in C++, period. Imagine you load a file and do something with it and something went wrong, e.g. you load a shader and it has a compile error. In this case, if the shader has a compile error, you don't add the shader to the renderer gives you the error back, then you early return out, the file handle gets cleaned up, and then next frame you try to read the shader again, or you read the shader again when it was changed again. That's how I do it. I actually have this particular use case in my game, and I don't have any issues. I actually have this in my game.
What happened to penis?
Let me show you. So let's say, which shader do we change? What do we change? Post processing fragment shader, maybe? Bloom color? Do I just not do the bloom color here? If we just do game color, doesn't change anything because draw mode, fragment color, UI color. How about we just don't... Yeah, I don't draw any UI. See, like the UI just disappeared. You see that? UI there, UI gone. So let's do something stupid. I get an error in assertion, I return 0. And I keep going. My program can still run. So now I go back into the thing, remove the stupid, do that, and the game runs again. So like, I don't know what the issue is. I got an error during the file. I couldn't, like, I don't know what this guy's trying to say. So like, I'm reloading a shader. The idea is generally the potential of the error, or automatically closing it when it goes out of scope is strictly always better than having to manually pair it. Don't you agree with it? Manually has no real advantage here. I think... No, think about it like this, Gnos Nymphicus. So, the way this is, the idea for that is that you have a constructor that allocates memory from, let's say, your own memory pool. And then as it goes out of scope, or early returns, the RAII makes sure that it's also cleaned up from the memory, or the file handle is cleaned up. There's no advantage in having to fclose manually. It's difficult to say. I know what you're trying to say, but I don't have an argument for why. I don't have an argument for why. I don't have an argument for why not. I suppose you're right, but I'm pretty sure there is. Not having to fclose manually is one potential error less. I don't think so, to be honest. I 100% agree. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. He's not wrong though. If you don't know RAII move semantics by extension, you pretty much don't know a big part of C++. Not that you, it's not that you need to use RAII to write good program. It's just that it isn't well versed in C++. Though I do know RAII. It's not that I don't know that. Unless you need to resume process, doing for fclose manually would be necessary. That's why people use pure functional programming for UI to minimize runtime errors, because every path and error is handled. Why does it matter? Unless fclose has an advantage that people can name, isn't it just worse, objectively speaking? It's an interesting example. Is this the only level in this game? Yeah, I had 6 levels, Luch, but they're all destroyed at the moment. I'm currently using this as a debug level to test out the game. Yeah. What do you mean fclose is objectively better? What are you comparing it to? So he's comparing it to essentially a class that calls fopen and then has a destructor that calls fclose always. It always calls fclose on the handle.
Esport, Twitch, online casino, sports betting equals scam, fixed match. High hell doesn't exist. Don't be afraid of death and you'll be strong.
Hello, Collector.
Turn on your faucet every night.
This is too long. This is where we stop it. Anyways, I see what he's trying to say. I don't have an argument, to be honest. So you might be right. He doesn't want the money to come to him. Yeah, true. Fun fact, what if other programs want to access the file, but the program logs it because the F clause is not called because of laziness? Guys, can we stop generating some wild ideas? Like, we can always break something. We can even break something with RAII, okay? Now you could spawn another thread where one thread is already accessing the file, and now you're accessing the file on another thread. And now you have to make it thread safe. So, like, can we stop doing that? Okay, we can always build an example that somehow breaks it, okay? What I'm saying is that I like to program to the use case of my problem. That's it. And so if the use case of my problem is that, I program for that. But if a ray from space hits your HDD before you can do F close, yeah, true, right? What are you bouncing? I'm bouncing on a gymnastics ball. So I think Gunus Nymphicus has a valid point. He's stating that it's always easier to close the handle in the destructor, but that would mean you create an object maybe on the stack or maybe on the heap that is an allocation that has the handle in it, that has the maybe some size of bytes for the file in it, some data to hold file information, maybe even the file name. Because people are going to do that, but let's say they don't, right? There needs to be some sort of class or object that has a constructor that at least stores the file handle, at minimum stores the file handle. And then that object lives either on the stack or the heap. It depends on where you allocate that yourself. That's your own, that is your own, how do you say that? How do you say that? That is your own, das ist deine eigene, that's your own, that's your own decision. I was looking for that word. That's your own decision. And then in the destructor, at minimum, the handle has to be closed. If we're talking about files. And now that object is an object in your game, and you could call it my file. And now this my file is using RAII, and so every time you read a file, maybe you call myfile.readFile, or you call a function readFile and pass in, and it returns you a myfile class, or I don't know, you create a my class on the stack and then you call a readFile. I don't know how you want to do that, but I'm assuming that we have a local scope. We create this my file on the stack here. Right, or we memory allocated on the stack, new my file, whatever, however we want to do that, and then maybe using a pointer. I don't know why you would do that, but let's pretend. Let's say we have it on the stack, and then this stack allocated variable. This variable, we early return out of the function because something happens. This stack allocated variable, is it cleaned up? As the destructor called? When we early return? Because of, let's say, an assertion. Or let's not say an assertion, but let's say an exception happened. Since it's on the stack, it's on the stack. Yeah, it goes out of scope, it will destruct. Okay, since it's on the stack, it will clean up. And so that's the idea for defer as well. Yeah. That's the idea that you would have defer as well. So you allocate something and then you defer delete it. Dance Gaming. Hello there, sir. Rashid. Good morning. Bigfoot is real for sure. Hello there, sir. Good morning. Interesting. Can you check my last message? You missed my explanation of this in the last part of STD move. Okay, but I was already lost, bruh. Like, I just don't understand STD move, and to be honest, at this point, STD move means you call a standardized constructor. Yeah, the constructor is where you lost me. Function named move. You have different mindset and exceptions. People assume you use exceptions for recoverable stuff as well. Yeah, I just don't recover from this. Check out the last 2 messages, please. STD move just means you call a standardized move constructor instead of creating a function named move. It's simple as that. You know the rest. STD move means you call a standardized move constructor. Yeah, I just don't understand this stuff. Like, here's a pointer and here's a pointer. Or like a reference. I just... Listen, man. I just work best if I don't do this, because to me this is just... Stop it! It's dumb. Okay, in my opinion, this is dumb. I said it. It is how it is. I think it's stupid. I think you can do all of this stuff with just pointers to memory and you are happy. I will never return a vector from a function. If anything, I pass a vector into the function. Now I don't need to do std move. Why the fuck would I create a vector in a function and return that vector outside? That's dumb. Okay, I give the vector to the function. Solve the issue. There you go. I think this bullshit is just syntactic sugar for potential problems because people just don't know how to fucking write a good function or write proper code where this shit doesn't happen. That's just my opinion, okay? It prevents unnecessary copies. I know that. Vector has heap allocated memory. That heap allocated memory should not be copied into a new memory location. Why the fuck would I even then create a vector like that? If I know this happens, then I supply the vector differently. And this won't happen. I should learn the semantics. Well, I understand the semantics now. It's like copying data without copying some data that's expensive.
Hi.
Fine. Already coding? I just don't see it. So that's just how I see it. Anyways, let's read some more negative comments. Shut up! Alright, let's see. Now you lose the handle and you have the file permanently opened. And so he's saying that imagine you load a file and do something with it and something went wrong. So first and foremost, why would I load a file and then do something with it? So if I load a file, the data in the file, in my case, okay, I can always spin some narrative that, oh, I have the file now I turn it into a string, and then I do some string replace, and then I write the file again. If I load a file into my memory, I close the handle after I have it in my memory. Why the fuck would I leave the handle open, then do something, and then close the handle? No, that's not how I would do it. Now, I can see that you can do it this way, yes, but I would do it differently. That's just how I say it. Like, I load in the shader, the data is there, the file handle is closed. I have the data in my program, I don't need to have the file handle anymore, because there could be another one that wants the data too. So, yeah, that's just how I see it. Their argument is some exception is thrown and you recover from. I know what the argument is. Anyways, all early returns. I know that, yeah. Anyways, as your whole memory management is even kind of dumb because you can just use custom allocators and extract, yeah. Anyways. And then these people tell him to watch the video from a non-noob, Casey Muratori, Smart Pointers, RAII-ZII, becoming a N+2 programmer. It's probably too long to watch this, right? But, I mean, we could turn this. I mean, it's 30 minutes. I mean, it's 30 minutes. And what is this even? That's a very good video, by the way. Perhaps too long for a react. I mean, why not? We had this react yesterday. if I can cut the React down today, then we have like an answer to those. Maybe there's a, yeah. Why not? Let's do it. Cakez, do you watch Cherno's videos? His latest video regarding lifetime is quite nice. Yeah, sure. I mean, you can link it to me in React suggestions and I'll take a look at it in the future. Sure, bro, aesthetics. Suggestion? Yeah, sure. I think it would be a cool follow-up video, right? Yeah, let's do that. I agree with you, but I'm just going to assume, by the way he wrote the message, that anything Casey will say in the video will fall on deaf ears. Ooh, this guy answered. Okay, guys, we have spawned a discussion here. Ooh. All right, I'm aware with Casey video, but actually didn't. But if you actually listen to his arguments, you will find that there are not any. He's just dogmatic and ignorant. This is awesome. Guys, wait. Like, my penis is like stretched in here. Like, it's not really comfortable to sit. Okay, give me a second. It's not PG friendly here. Oh, I'm sitting on a ball and yeah. Oh. All right, guys, let's continue here. Give me a second. All right, that's better. Your arguments against Casey don't take... Wait, he claims without backing them up. Probably not the best idea to listen to a guy who has no gameplay in his game after 10 years, despite even taking money for it by making false promises. But you're missing the point. I'm talking how Cakez missed the entire point of RAII. Cheers. Whether he agrees to RAII or not, it's his own decision. But he should but he should disregard it for the correct reasons, and not to reduce the not just reduce it to the resources are just about memory. So he's right there. I just treat it to be use case specific. If I have a file, I read the file. In my use case, I have the data in my program. I'm not going to change the data and then write the file immediately, so I close the handle right then and there. I cannot have any issues. If I read the file and I get an error reading the file, I hold my program and I quit out of the program because I don't want there to be any issues. That's just how I do it. If there's issues with files, my program doesn't run. It creates an error and I need to fix it because I want to fix these errors before moving on. I want to make sure that these errors are the top priority. I do not want to recover from this. I understand that you can recover from this, but then I would code this in specifically. Because I think being more specific rather than generalistic is better. That's just how I see it. Okay. Now, you could bring the argument that if you have a class that automatically closes the handle for you, is in all cases the best solution, even if you don't recover from the program, from the issue, because then it just closes the handle and you close the program. So I can see where the point is. I'm just saying that not using this is also an idea that you can do. Now, I'm still debating on the point whether it's always the best. I just do not want to have to create a class for the sole purpose of reading and writing a file. That's just how I see it. For me, this is a wrapper to a problem that I can fix myself. So in my opinion, there's multiple ways to do it. But I can see that a class with RAII can be a good solution for this. Lucky for you, it's already in the STD. I do not want to use the STD because in my use case, the STD, anything I use, has a minimum of 500 milliseconds compile time. And in my opinion, that is too long. So I'm not going to use that. It is easier for me to write the shit myself and then have it compile in less than 1 second so I can iterate on the game really fast. I'm iterating on the game by doing hot code reloading. Anyways, I love this. Man, this is cool. The first statement solves a lot of this. The first statement is also something that you can do. Exactly. So that is something I missed. We don't need to do RAII. We can also use defer. Exactly. That is another solution. Now you still have to manually type defer, and you only have to program in the class once, and then it does defer for you. And I have to type defer. Okay. However, you could potentially do that in a macro as well. So you could say macro read file with defer, and then it, you know, it does the read file, and in the next line it does the defer for you. Now you have a macro. Like, you can do it if you want to. So there's always ways to do it. And then you have your RAII, but without a class. So essentially it's possible, right? So I don't see the point. I do see the point, but yeah, that's my point. Blah, 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 blah. Should disregard, reduce resource surges memory. They're not, okay. Also, Cakez is using the early memory allocation, not the chunk-based arena one. Yeah, I use one big allocation, and then I have one thing that tracks everything for me. But Cakez unironically uses the noob allocation strategy in his actual production project. I'm using bump allocators, and I have two allocators. One of them is a, how do you call that? A persistent, no, persistent? Is it persistent? I think it's persistent. It's one of them is a persistent storage, and the other one is a transient storage. The persistent storage is allocated at all times. It's for stuff like the input system, the game state, the sound state, the rendering state. All of this stuff never gets freed. And then I have a transient storage that I use for every time I update the program. This transient storage is then supplied to, for example, the read file function, and I make sure that I do the work in this particular frame. And what I will do in the future, if I want to optimize this, because, you know, file IO could be handled in a separate thread, I would like disregard that in a separate thread and have the transient storage there. That gets freed every time the thread updates. And then I will probably lock that thread's clock rate to like 1 second or something, so that it doesn't run too fast. Something like this. Every allocator I use automatically becomes a noob allocator. So yeah, anyways, I don't think that's a bad thing to do. The guy that made the original video is actually the noob if he thinks that manual management is noob behavior. Like Cakez said, you manage memory in a way where you allocate one only or a few times memory arenas that keep the memory valid for different lifespan in the program for which you suballocate. There's actually the pro move. True. So here's one that I saw earlier on the toilet, and I want to make fun of this guy because he keeps making fun of me. Now, read carefully with me, guys, okay? Because this guy is making fun of my English. This is from Inukai, aka Giga Forever on YouTube, whenever he writes a comment. Giga Forever is Inukai, guys, okay? That's the Inukai guy. All right, we should give him a downvote. I don't know / use it so it doesn't count is such a silly argument when you consider that my grandma would have 0 noob counter. With the same argument, knowing fundamental language features and the standard library are all part of knowing a language. Aha, are all. I wonder where he typed that. Must have been pre-typing this stuff. Even edited. This guy doesn't even edit out his errors. Very valid argument, I have to say. It's valid to not use them, but disregarding everything because of ignorance and not for actual reasons is unfortunately common with the C subset of C++ people. Also, you missed the point of like half of the things in the typical two-head behavior. Nails, Downvote, toxic. Fine, I'm gonna give it up for it. Fine. But it's still toxic, okay? Yes, I didn't fall into the traps because I've never used them. Upvote and ban, yeah, true. So this is something where people have been discussing about as well. People saying the square bracket operator initializing on read isn't hidden behavior, are coping so hard. As a non-C++ dev, that shit's crazy. So, and then someone brings up a good point. It returns a reference you can assign though. How else could it work? So this is where, like, it's difficult to say whether it's good or bad, right? It returns a reference to the slot. And if you're accessing something where there is nothing in the slot yet, obviously it returns you a reference with no data. So he's got a point there, right? So what else should the square bracket operator return if you access something that doesn't exist yet. Right? It's difficult to say. But people would assume that you're indexing it and then it gives you essentially it's there or it's not there. That's how I see it. Null references when, yeah. The STD move parts had me dying. Just use C at that point if you're not even using RAII and value semantics. Dead. Oh man. Yeah, I sped up the topic clear at the end of the day. When you think about it, the fact of the matter is ultimately potent, difficult to say. Difficult to say. What? C++ noob habit is using C++. Compiler warnings, she'll be fine. I love this, you know, I love this. Good stuff. So this is what oh my god. You do need templates? If you want the best performance, not using templates leads to this pattern of encoding generic data structures with void pointers for members with hack type safety. It's an additional allocation to an additional indirect memory reference hoop. Read, potential cache miss. Unless, of course, you actually don't need those, but it depends on the domain. Oh, I just love this, man. Why not define your own begin and end functions in your error? They're so easy to define. Yeah, I know, I should do that. You're right. Should do that. You're right. I'm lazy. I should do that. You're right. So look at these comment chains, man. Look, I love this, you know. It's a great video. I love this shit. You know, there's so many people that have different opinions on this. You know what I found funny? There was one guy, or actually two guys, they were like, oh, let me subscribe here. And then they watched the video and they're like, nah, man, fuck this shit. And then another one was like, hell nah. I just love that. It's so funny. It's like, you know, they were like, oh man, this is really entertaining. This is fun. And then they watch the full video. It's like, nope. His takes are dog shit. Oh, this is funny, man. This video was so funny. Yeah. My boys. Okay, guys. What's up? Hey, uncle. Good morning. Thank you very much for following. We have just talked about a video, C++. They subscribed for the original video, but then Cakez started to talk. Gotcha, uncle? Bitch. Wasn't it uncle? Oh, Undeclared DX. Sorry, wrong name. And Fake News CL. Thank you very much for following too. Good morning, guys. Oh, boy. That was nice. We spent 40 minutes on this, but I think it was worth it. Oh, yeah. God, I just love streaming, man. This time flies too fast, guys. What am I supposed to do? Huh? This part of the day is just too short, you know, guys. It's just too fucking short. God damn it, man. Hopefully in the future it can be longer, you know. God damn it. Fine. Let's do it. Okay, guys. So, I think we should start with programming today. Then we're going to watch the Casey Muratori RAII ZII thing. Okay. 1 month ago, actually, a really good idea. We were gonna watch this. Okay, and in reaction to today's video, this is gonna be a long one. And you know, letting the smart guy explain what this two-header cannot. Okay. And yeah, Path of Exile is still in the title, I know that, guys. I just don't know what type of build I should play. I want to do a new build from start to finish. Do you guys have a fun build that I can play on hardcore that doesn't die really fast? That I could, like, explore myself? Cakez, when seeing a flame war in the comments. True. Elmo burn. Oh, we have Elmo fire too. Yeah, we do have that. You don't see those, right? I don't know how to Twitch. Why not make one? A build? Collector TD version 0.5 coming out soon. Stay tuned, you guys. It's gonna be huge. Gonna humble Cakez to his core, and he will take back everything he said about me when he sees this masterpiece. Sure, bro. Download the 7TV extension. You can download the Funka Faces. I think Funka Faces, something like that, or Funka Faces with Z is better than 7TV. Anyways, guys, let's play the game. Let's play. Actually, we already placed one. Let's play and work on gameplay. All right, let's play. Funka Faces, yeah. Not Funka. Yeah, I don't know where that comes from. I disagree. You can somewhat avoid exceptions entirely. C++ is a whole, as a whole, is not specialized against real time. If it did, C++ won't be so prevalent in audio and game industry. Cakez update on my game development journey. Raw shader files. My triangle is now a square and I can send colors to it with input. Learning much. Hey, that's awesome, bro. Congratulations. That's really cool, bro. Oh. There's a TD game bundle on Humble Bundle right now. $13 gets 8 games. Oh, that's nice. Alright, so we do have this ability now. This will be a tutorial and we're gonna play, we're gonna train that ability. Next step is probably learning how to use textures. Yeah, that would be the next step. I think I want to start off the shield here with 1 additional shield instead of 2. 3 shields. I want to nerf this a bit. Let's see, shield count. 0.5, I think I want to start with. So that would be 1 additional shield. I see, it doesn't have a base. But my dude is targeting 2 units with his attack. So maybe I should start with 0. And then we have to restart. Maybe I should find a better way to do the spawning system. Maybe I should put it in the... difficult to say. There's a 2D game bundle. No, bro. Next step is probably... I'm curious, how your shaders get uploaded. Can you show me the main loop? Where the draw calls happen, etc. I can show you, yeah. Let's start the game really quickly. Then I'll... Is the whole game in 1 file, or am I not seeing straight? Yes, the whole game is in 1 file. Yeah! Guys, why are you giga chatting and kick Wing on this, huh?
What the fuck?
Hey, Noob Counter 8, I enjoyed half of your latest video. The other half was you talking over it, unfortunately. That's not true, you're wrong. Oh, I see what you're trying to say, but no. GL render. So in my GL render loop, I essentially do hot texture reloading here. I have a timestamp for the texture that I get. I check that timestamp with the latest known timestamp. Then if the timestamp is different, I know that changes were made to the texture. Then I activate the texture, load it using STBI. Check if I get data back, and then upload that texture. Ignore this part right here, okay? I upload that texture using OpenGL, and then I free the data. And I do that for the main texture, my texture atlas. And I do that for shaders too, essentially. I delete the program. I get myself a new program from the shaders. And then I set the different uniform locations, or get the different uniform locations, and I store the timestamp. And so that's what I do here too. And so essentially that's how I do it. If you want to know how... Yeah, that's essentially how I do it. And when I draw a sprite in the texture atlas, right? So for example, let's get my texture atlas here. Texture atlas means I have multiple sprites in one file. So for example, this is a sprite in the texture atlas. It has a position in the atlas and a size, width and a height. I grab the data from my asset system where I define these by hand, which is not the best thing to do, but I do that. That would be, for example, the book. For example, the book attack right here. And you can see if I scroll, if I put this in the middle here, you can see that it has an atlas offset and a size. I supply this data to what I call a shader header, a transform, which you can see right here. This is the transform, and you can see right here the atlas offset and the sprite size. These are the most important parts of this, and then obviously the size and position too, because you could have a bigger size than the sprite size, which would be scaling. Okay, potentially, but oftentimes these two are the same. And then in the vertex shader, I read in this data and I supply them through texture coordinates. So the vertices are built using the position of the transform and the size of the transform. You can see this right here. And I just supply the rest of the data down here at the bottom. So the atlas offset, the sprite size, the quad size, essentially like that. And these are then used as texture coordinates too. So for example, the left and top, these are the vertices UV coordinates for each vertice. For each vertex, I have 6 at the moment. 6 right here as well. And you can see that I define the left, top, right and bottom parts as the atlas offset plus the size. And that's essentially how the data gets to the GPU. The transform gets uploaded to the GPU in a transform storage buffer, in a storage buffer. So this is essentially just a large array. And every single draw call has an index into this array to get the correct data, the correct transform. And you can see that right here, the GL instance ID. That's how I track which data needs to be drawn and which data to get out of the transforms array. And so, for example, if I draw 900 different trees in my game, these are then 900 instances of the same draw call. And each tree will have an index into this array. That's essentially how I do it. And then in the fragment shader, I just use the data, the texture coordinates, the positions for the local UV, the positions for the transform to display the quad. Index into the texture and boom. Why don't you go with one file per line? What are you guys talking about? The comments in the video were amazing. I'll probably quote that one do daily now. I will probably quote that one do daily now. Ah, come on, show me. Hit me, brother. All right, let's see. What was I working on though? I was working on this shield orb, yeah. Well, let's see here. We have shield count 2.5. Wow, it's still that much? Oh yeah, because it's level 1, right. Thanks for explaining, Cakez. Sure, if it helps you. So we have 2.5 shields. So whenever this guy uses the ability, I think the ability is a bit too OP. That's my issue. It's too easy, but maybe I'm just a dumbass. Let's see. What happens if you have 2 shields instead of 3? How many Bibles does Vampire Survivor spawn? Who is it on Twitch? There's a reason why this little tower defense game was not single tower defense game, let alone a full level. After 3 years of full-time work, he's constantly redoing things. There's a reason why his little tower defense game has not a single tower done. Ah, because I keep redoing things. Yeah, okay. I wonder if the Animal Well guy faced the same issues if he had made you know, content about his game. The guy that took 7 years to make his game and is now massively successful, multi-millionaire at this point. I'm pretty sure people would have told him the same thing, you know. And to those people, I just say, just fucking wait, you morons. Just wait, you dumb idiots. You have no fucking idea, okay? My reserves are endless, okay? I'm the most... I don't know the fucking English word, man. Ehrgeizig in English. Ambitious person, okay? You just wait. Yeah. Just wait. Bros yapping? Okay, you're gonna see in 5 minutes, you know? You're yapping, bitch. Ah, this feels good. Delusional? Yeah, just wait. Bitch. Ambitious, you mean? Yes, I mean ambitious. I always forget the English word. Okay, so we are in round 3 and we are approaching round 4. We have 88 monies and we have not unlocked the weapon yet. So we could potentially just place another unit or train another shield orb. So let's train this. Guys, I need to go to the bathroom. Be right back. Yeah, give me a second.
So witzig! Das sieht's mir das! Das sieht's mir das!
Attention. Building completed.
What did I just do? Just had an idea, guys. I had a really cool idea. Fast enemies counter the shield orb ability. You know? We just need to make fast enemies, and then the shield orbs are not as overpowered as they are right now. So, for example, let's test this, right? So this is the round where... I want to test this really quickly. Let's go to skeleton. Right here. These are usually the armor dudes, right? So they have a base armor. This is what I'll keep. I just want to see how they behave with a movement speed of 50. I want to see how fast they run. And if they can be counted or not. Let's see. Cakez City, the latest offering from indie developer Cakez77. Enter the crowded tower defense game with a delightful aesthetic twist. An army of tangerines, while the game captures attention with its eye-catching visuals and serene music. Yes, Necropolis makes incredible music. It ultimately falls short in delivering a satisfying gameplay experience. After a lengthy development period, fans had high expectations, but the game struggles to stand out in the genre, knowing for strategic depth and replayability. So, these are fast. I need to have much faster units, actually. They still win, even though they are so fast. Look at this. Maybe 60. Let me test. We'll try 60. By the way, how are you feeling, Cakez? Oh, I'm feeling good. Thanks for asking, brother. Sturdy Puss, thank you very much for asking, my man. Release the game on Halloween? I don't think I'll be able to release it on Halloween, bro. Longest 5 minutes of my life. 5 minutes? I think this is the speed I want. 60 speed is what I need. Yeah. So the shields are too slow to hit them a lot. Also, I somehow inflict bleeding, which is something we have to fix. Every single attack can inflict bleeding, that's a bug. That's exactly the same I'm doing with my game. Not a single map, yeah, just mechanics and how everything is organized, yes. Huh. They still lose because they are not... They still die. But maybe if I spawn more, let's try round... Let's try the next round. Wow, they're fast, bro. Oh, that's the latest one. Okay, we got the wizard right now. Cakez, how come compared to devs budgets you don't have much code that tests separate things like testing... Oh, wait a minute. Like testing mythology is different and you go straight to debugging. Yeah, well, because I don't know what will be in the game yet. I don't want to write a test for something that will get discarded in 2 weeks. Like, I would basically write twice the code. Like, I don't have any testing mythology right now. Actually, I think Gnus Nymphicus pisses me off. See you in 5 minutes. Okay. Yeah. Bitch. I explained that multiple times. This guy was here when I explained this. So, you're wrong, Gnus Nymphicus. You're wrong. Cringe. They still die, even though they're so fast. So 600. Oh, I'm finally leaking. Now I'm finally leaking. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think I like this. That's a cool idea. So what I thought I would like to do is create a new enemy that is a fast running enemy, maybe a fast running skeleton or a fast running wolf type enemy. Yeah, we're leaking right now. Yes. Wait, did I save here? He would rather spend 10 minutes arguing with chat, spend 10 minutes programming, that's a problem. No, that's not true. That's not true. You're wrong. You're totally wrong. Ignores my genuine question. Okay. Cakez, do you still have flying enemies? They would counter it. Going over them? Yeah, you're right. Also, are shadows going over the chest, Mr. Streamer? Are shadows going over the chest? Over the chest. You mean... Okay, let's see. You mean this here? No? I think this is fine. You mean this, right? I think this is normal, right? Correct? You mean this, right, bro? Can you time me out? You're doing a lot of yapping. Sure, I can time you out, bro. How long? I thought there's some enemies, shadows went over it. Maybe I saw wrong. It could be, like every single sprite in the game has its own its own pivot point, right? Its own center point where the layer is calculated. All right, let's see here. Wait, what were we talking about earlier? Flying enemies. Should I try to do a flying enemy right now, guys? Should I keep flying enemies in the game? What do you think? Or do I remove them? It's another mechanic. Gargoyle? Bats? Yeah, I would do a bat. It's difficult to say. I mean, flying enemies that don't follow the path just goes from beginning to end. Bring the parrot back, it's too much for my brain. Not a fan of flying enemies, too much for my brain. I think you should add more complex enemy types that will allow the player to show their skill. For example, you could add camo skeletons or lead skeletons. Think about it. God, I want to ban you so badly, bro. I just want to ban you so badly. Oh, you know, instead I'm going to make a coffee. I'm actually going to make a coffee. It's fine. It's fine. It's totally okay. What happens here? I feel like loading the level doesn't load. Is it cool if I take inspiration from your game? Sure, but my game is not released yet, so take everything I do with a grain of salt, bruh. Think about a tank creature that dies when it's high in the air, passenger dies. When it's high in the air, the passenger dies? What? You should use RAI for your level loading? No, I need to track something. Okay, we just got a new enemy type, but let's replay the game. Maybe you can make it something like flying enemies always take the shortest path, could be a cool mechanic. No, that would be... Like, where would I spawn them even? I need to make it so that the flying enemies do follow the path. Flying enemies done well in a game is Kingdom Rush, in my opinion. Kingdom Rush does them very well. I have seen flying enemies in other games. And they didn't follow the path at all, which can work. But it can be like, how do I know where the flying enemies come from? What I did have in the past was this. That's like not a shield. That's like, what is that called? A signpost stating that, okay, well, enemies are gonna come from here. Be careful, right? And then enemies would fly over from this direction. I think it's a bit big, but yeah, essentially this. And then I would know, oh, flying enemies come over here. But how do I know where they fly? Right? So I think flying enemies are well done in Kingdom Rush, but not so much in the other game, because you wouldn't know where they fly towards or where they fly over. I usually hate flying enemies because they are very annoying. Yeah, it's difficult to say. Just make them hover enemies, so based on path with different flags to avoid some spells. Yeah, that's what I would do, I think. Alright guys, let me check on the bleed chance here. Because that's a bug. Bleed, it should be bleed chance. They're either too strong or weak. Let's see, we should have a bleed chance. I want to see what happens. Why does this keep happening? So, bleed chance here is 10%. Alright. Oh. So my default bleed chance value is 10%. I think this should be 0. Actually. I don't think I want to have bleed chance by default on every single physical attack. You should invest into it. I don't mean they leave the path. I mean they are smart. They don't do unnecessary 360-degree rotations. They just take the shorter path instead. What is bleed chance? A chance to inflict a bleeding debuff on the enemy. Imagine a war and the enemy soldiers just walk around in circles, not doing anything. Hi Blue Orc on YouTube. How's it going, bro? Oh, you mean instead of going around in the circle here, they just go... Alright, so there's still 10% bleed chance because they have not been... So they go here, here and here. So they, instead of going around like this, they go here. I mean, like they're flying so that which path leads to where they take the shorter one, yeah. Have you considered a poison mechanic? If there's, isn't there already one? I already have a poison mechanic, yes. I have poison chance. Let's restart this. Pretty good, finally got the edge cases ironed out. That's awesome. It's awesome to hear. Yeah, we have a poison mechanic in the game. We have a lot of mechanics in the game. We just need to slowly build up to those. For example, you know, the coin pickup stuff. It's also a mechanic that I have not introduced yet. And yeah, in the town it doesn't really do much yet. Alright, we get shield orbs. Let's continue. We need to keep playing and then build rounds one after another. Really slowly. Unless the air units heal the enemy, then they are forced on the path. There's many different types of enemies. I will also have healing enemies, yes. There will be healing enemies, there will be enemies that... you know, spawn certain creatures that attack my dudes. It's a lot of stuff. Okay, round 3. I need to... Let's see. Spawn system. There you go. This is going through the spawn batches. Spawn batch count.
Gotcha, bitch!
Why did I do this? Okay. I just found some weird code. Must be old code. Goodness. Level state time. Yeah, level state time. I wanna... Where is this increased? Level stay time if it's running. This is what I want to debug.
Am I so out of touch? No.
Update game.
Raticide just subscribed. Big tick support for 22
My man,
years.
Raticide, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the big support. We are currently getting about 40% to Partner Plus. I think it's Partner Plus, where instead of 50% for each sub, ouch, I get 60%, 10% more from Twitch. Crazy. Format UI text is, let's see. Level XP needed. XP needed. There you go. Let's add this here. And then level time. Percentage point to F. Game state. Level state. Dot time. Let's see. 10% added on top of 50% is 20% more. No. No, let's say I get $10 for subs. I now get... no, let's say I get $20. Twitch takes 10. I get 10. Now I get 10% more. Which is... Fuck. 60% from 20. 12. Yes, 12. He means going from $5 to $6 is 20% more. Ah, for me it's 20% more. Ah, I see. Okay, yeah, you guys are right. You guys are right. True. It's simple math. Yeah. Level time? Wait, we're not supplying this? Then why does it not work? Huh? It spawns on 26 now? And when does it spawn now? Something is wrong here. Spawn data. This is where I figure out this, how many enemies are supposed to spawn. This is const. I think I know what the issue is, to be honest. I think it's correct in first assuming chat is wrong. Random mini games after every 5 levels or so could make the game more interesting. I have another idea. Hello Cakez, hello DP on YouTube.
Gotcha, bitch.
You have such a weird chat dynamic, Cakez. In other streams, the chat is almost always wrong, but here's the opposite. Wrong, you're wrong. And it's fine. You don't get a timer today. It's okay. You're wrong, though. So this is my spawn data. This is a static global variable. I think what I want to do is change my spawning system in a way where, so guys, the way I do this right now is I say I spawn 20 enemies and they start after 0 seconds, okay? And so what I do here, let me explain this to you guys, okay? And we can use paint for that. This image again, we'll do that later. Because this is something that has been bothering me for a while. Okay? So this is how I do my spawn system. And maybe we can improve this today, because I would like to scale this into the future. And also I would like to be able to debug this a bit better. So right now, this is a spawn system, okay? God, what is going on today? I haven't been writing a lot. Spawn system, okay? What I have is an array of rounds that looks something like this. I say which type of enemy spawns, how many spawn, the starting point for when they start spawning, and the interval, okay? So, what I then have is a timer somewhere. That just gets increased every frame. Okay, it looks something like this. Now, the idea is that I check if the timer is greater or equals 2 times start. Okay. That's an if check. This is how I do it. And then essentially we just keep it like that. Then I spawn. Spawn. And I decrease the counter. Count minus minus. Okay, so essentially this is how I do it. What I thought would be a cool idea is getting rid of this counter. And then just saying, okay, well, we have a start. We have an end. Let's say that is 40 seconds into the level. And we have a time step. And then using the start and end, I can defer, or I can determine the count by dividing end minus start divided by the step. You know, that would give me the count. The reason why I have not done this in the beginning is because I like seeing the count here. I like to see how many units are going to spawn. And I think it is easier to balance this number than to balance a start and end value and then somehow use a calculator to figure out how many it actually spawns, you know? But this is less error prone, essentially. Why is he coding in Paint? To help you guys understand what I'm thinking and doing. There's many theories about that. Most popular is that he was dropped as a baby and now in some permanently concussed clown state and just does clown things. I see, I must apologize in that case. Must be very difficult for him then. Did you actually believe that? Count sounds easier to manage? Yeah, count sounds easier to manage, you're right. But then I would need to have this data, and I need to manage that data somehow. And I need to always copy over this data. And so the reason why this doesn't work is because, where do I put this? I have, so essentially I have I have this data duplicated. I have the const spawn data. We have the const spawn data, and then we have the count minus minus and no default, hence duplicating, I guess. Yeah, so we have the const data that is usually this, and then in the state we have this duplicated. I guess we make a duplicated. A state, I guess. State spawn data. And so, like, this is literally just a mirror of the other one, where I do count minus minus. And this never gets changed because it's const. So this never gets changed. It always, the state spawn data does the count minus minus. Welcome to Rebels Out Cheap. Yeah, but I don't have space on it. I have one actually from Techbox North. The thing I don't like with your coding style is you're always checking for things, even if they are done. I'd implement some timer that holds a lambda and removes itself when that happens. Yeah, but like, it's not a big deal. I can understand why you don't like it, but it's not a big deal in terms of performance. Alright guys, I'm gonna test this spawn system rework. What I'm gonna do here is have start and end, and then just determine the count from that. So for example, yeah, we're gonna extend the data really quickly. And the cool thing is I can do this while the game's running. Just add data in. Spawn batch. So let's see, 20 times 2. Wonder what that is. 40. Actually, we can do it like this because it's const. Wait, that's so easy. I still know the count here. The count is in this. It's actually super easy. We just need to have the start. Yeah, the compiler will do the work for me. It's actually really easy. We do start plus step times count. It's actually in there as well. Really easy, lol. Actually, this is 22 times 2. Then over here, dot time end. This is 20 plus 4 times... Oh wait, 6 times 4. Can I do... Is this possible? Nah. This doesn't work, right? Nah, it doesn't work. Okay. Whatever you do, these people are going to gauge whether rules can be bent or not. Oh, you guys are talking about this. Okay, fine. Then that leaves me time to do here. Time start, that would be dot time end is 20 times 2. The time end is 12 times 4 and 20 plus. The time end is 12 plus 1, so plus 2 essentially. Wouldn't this be... This could be 2. Right? So it starts on 12, spawns 1. I think it might work with inline initializers if you set the struct, if you set it in the struct declaration. Also way easier than doing it for every single instance. Not sure, like, could you show me a code example of what you mean, Trinko? I don't know what you mean with that. Not sure what that means, bro. Dot time end is 5 plus 40. Here you go. The time end is 30 plus 4 times 14. I think this is too slow, the 14 here. Time step, this gotta be less. I think I want it to be 8. We could still do 8 there. In the struct you have to say int time end, change it to time end is a plus b. You think I can do it in the time end is count plus, wait, time start plus count times time step? Is that what you mean? Like that? Is that possible? Yeah, you can initialize members directly since 17, I think. And so then when I say count here, 4, I don't need the time end? Is that possible? Really? What the fuck, bro? That's possible? Even on Clang? No way. Wait a minute. Do we have a C++ Giga chat? What if that rework compiles 1 millisecond slower? 1 millisecond? Who cares about 1 millisecond, bro? We're gonna try this then. I'll actually try this. Or you could have 2 different constructors, which is way simpler and explicit. But it's already a constructor. I want to test if this actually works. That would be awesome. Yeah, you can explicitly override it, of course, and the order is important. Members are always done in order of declaration. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you very much for following, Daniel Gnome. Good morning, sir. All right, let's rebuild this. This should be fine. We get a warning. Time step is uninitialized when used here. Time step is uninitialized. So what I should do here, I should set this to 0, I guess. And so by default they are all 0. And then it's not complaining. In case of default constructor, the warning applies. True. So essentially by default all of this is 0. And then the time ends would also be 0 because they're all 0. Cakes, chat telling Cakes to just create a few constructors. Snails. No, I mean like that. Struct my type. Yeah, but I can't. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, I like this more. I like this 10 times more than a constructor. Because then I have to do a deconstructor. Like,
I just don't like it, bro. I don't like it.
You could say that I'm a baby. That's fine. It's okay. It's okay. Let's see if this works right now. I can't really tell. Let's restart. Seems correct to me. Hi, baby. Hi. Chat. Nails. You don't have to do anything. You can leave the default constructor. Looks good. Okay, so now it's time to change the spawning system then. And I'm gonna do it in a way. Oh man, this is so cool. Just watch this. Just watch this. Spawn system. This is how my spawn system is right now, okay? Very simple. Look at this. So little lines of code. We're going to make it even less lines of code right now. Spawn system reloaded, okay? This is going to be the most insane spawn system you've ever seen. Watch this. And we can even be const correct here. This is a const. This is a. We don't change this. We don't change this. Aha, so this is a pointer here. I guess we, okay, fine. And we do const spawn batch. All right, so now this if check is the important one. If the spawn batch dot start, time start is wait, how do we do this? So our timer, right? We have the timer. Let's do a const float timer. Level time is level state dot time. There you go. Now we have the time of the level. We need to say level time needs to be greater or equal to the start time. But it also needs to be, and I always do this wrong, less than the spawn batch dot end time. Right? Greater or equals to the start timer, less than equals to the end timer. Damn, I'm so envious. You're making this game 3 years and I'm still so enthusiastic. Spawn bitches. Mr. Who-Man, good morning. Why is he using references? Because I can. Yo, hey Tim Puff, good morning. Destructor, I said. Creating a constructor doesn't mean you have to create a destructor as well. It's fine, Paradox, okay? Relax. Shit, man. I think I can't do it without a counter, actually. I think I can't do it without a counter. Shit. Shit. Fuck. God damn it. So I know that I'm supposed to spawn now. Can I calculate whether we should spawn again or not? Do I have data how many units have spawned? How do I do this? Paradox, give up. This guy don't understand move semantics. There's no point talking about constructors. Or God forbid the rule of 035. Whoa, Cakez, hey Juicy on YouTube. How's it going, man? Guys, we can't do it. Oh, shit. Fuck. We can't do it. Fuck, bro. God damn it. Guys, it doesn't work. Shit. Fuck. What are you trying to achieve? I'm trying to achieve hotcode reloading. I am trying to achieve spawn data changing whenever I'm doing code changes to my game and I'm literally in the middle of the level spawning enemies and I change the spawn data to say from 5 enemies to 10, it will spawn me the additional 5 enemies that are left. Okay, so essentially this is what I'm trying to do, okay? So let's say I'm in level, let's say round, right? That's more round. Okay, let's say I'm in round 2 and I spawn 5 skeletons. Okay, and they, let's say, start on 0, have a step of 1 second, and therefore they end on 5. Okay, now I want to change that, and let's say we have a timer. We have a timer of let's see, 2.6. All right, so that means we already have spawned 2 skeletons, right? 2 skeletons have already spawned. You know, that means 2 have spawned. Now, what I want to do here is I want to change this from 5 to 10, leave the data the same. Essentially, this is what it would turn into. Want to change it from 5 skeletons to 10 skeletons. Let's make that a transparent selection. And obviously then the timer 2.6 would still show me 2 skeletons spawned. Actually, wrong, sorry. This is not supposed to be 10. Here, this is supposed to be 5. Okay, so if we were to purely take a look at the timer, 2.6, that should say then say 4. But since it is 2 right now, I don't say 4, but I want to spawn. So the green one is what I still need to spawn. I need to spawn 3 here, because I have spawned 2. Here, I need to spawn 8. But I keep the number 2, if that makes sense. So I've spawned 2 up until now. Okay. I've spawned 2. I don't care that I should have spawned 4. I'm gonna spawn 8 more, because I changed the data from 5 to 10. Is it really worth your effort? Can't you just reload the level to apply the changes? What I have to do right now is every time I do a change to the rounds, I have to restart the level and play to that point. I don't like that. I would like to have either a way to restart the round that is a debug thing, or just the best thing would be to have this happen, essentially. So, and what I see here is I need this timer stored somewhere. So for every spawn, for every, what is it called? For every spawn batch, you could say, of let's say 5 skeletons, 10 skeletons, 5 archers, I need 1 timer at minimum to keep track of the time. So I need to somehow create an array that holds me just the timers for these spawning, for the spawn data. Restarted round is easier and probably less bug prone. I want to test it. We'll try both things. I think that's the best way to do it. So what I need is in the levels, in the state for the level, I need data. That is a float that needs to be stored at all times. Let's call it spawn timers. And that is a max spawn batches, I think. Max. How do we have this? Mark A. Oh, it's here. Spawn data. Okay, max rounds, max spawn badges. This stuff right here. And these spawn timers can be used to determine whether to spawn something or not. Is it really worth your effort? We'll see, Chris. We'll see. Let's just see. Spawn. It was right there, man. Spawn system reloaded. There we go. So for each spawn badge that we have, if we are supposed to spawn, I mean, I want an early return. So essentially, if the level time is before this, or the level time is greater or equals to the end, then I don't want to spawn. Just use good old. No. Then I want to do if now we need a float timer. That's a pointer or a reference. Doesn't really matter. Is a level state timers, spawn timers on the level state round index and the batch index. These are the timers. Then if the timer is greater or equals to the spawn batch dot time step, then we don't really need an end, to be honest. Hello there, as Duwalo. How's it going, bro? Cakez, I need GTG. Bye bye. I need to go. Hey, thank you very much for joining. Have a good day, bro. Then we spawn the enemy. And we set the timer to minus equals the spawn batch dot time step. And we do that in a while loop. There you go. Let's test this spawn system compared to the other one and how it fares. You guys want to test it? That was actually quite easy to implement. I have to restart the level for this, or the game. I've just discovered the channel. What do you do? What's the project? This is a tower defense game heavily inspired by Bloons. And we're currently working on ironing out the spawning system so I can... essentially, I can... How do you call that? Work on it better? I can iterate faster. It's all about iteration. Let's see what happens. So right now it says 20 enemies in round 1. Okay. Let's see. Round 1. I wanna do the following. It says 20. Now I change this to 40 midway through. Play this. Oh, I can't play, of course. I have to spawn these two guys. Let's see what happens. Oh, what the fuck? Spawn enemy. Timer. Interesting. Enemy chomper. Wait a minute. If the count... Oh yeah, I forgot to do the check for the count. There you go. If we don't spawn anything, then obviously this will be an endless loop. Yeah, true, makes sense. I wonder how this works. Then it's gotta be greater than the time step? We'll have to see. Cakez, I missed it before. Did the end equals time start count, etc. in the struct declaration work? We'll figure this out now. I didn't check it yet. Let's see. When we spawn an enemy, let's see. It doesn't seem to spawn an enemy though. It does not seem to spawn an enemy. We have a time step. Oh yeah, of course. We need to do timer plus equals delta time, of course. Forgot that.
Gotcha, bitch.
Forgot that, guys. I totally forgot it. Yeah, true. Forgot the incrementing. But let's see. Spawn batch. It did work. Yes, the time end does work. What's up, Sea Dog? Hey, gamer. Good morning. Nothing in particular. We're making a spawn system right now. Improving the spawn system. Let's see. Aha. So what I want to see now is the following. I want to see. I'm gonna change the time step. Right? From 2 to 1. While it's going, and it should spawn me twice as many. Huh? Anyone? Anyone? Wait. I'm like, okay, wait. No, that's too little. Let's do 20. Do they stop at some point? We have a level time of 60. They're still spawning. Guys, I'm gonna upgrade to the chair. This requires a little bit more thinking. Try by 5 or something. I think this is more than 20, guys. But we're getting close. I think I'm not using the level states time properly. Okay, I mean, it's not perfect. Keep spawning. See, Cakez? I wasn't the only one thinking that. Are those crawling babies? No. These are crawling skeletons that still need to be drawn properly. Okay. So what is the issue here? Level time. Shouldn't this stop at some point? Why does this keep going? The level time is like 149. It is... This needs to be an ore check. Oh my god, this needs to be an ore check. What a fucking moron. Okay. Guys, and I know exactly how to display this now as well. Should stop spawning. This 20 here is easy to fix. God, this is so smart. This is so smart. Wait.
Gotcha, bitch.
Let's mark this as, wait, was this A is, B is, A is, okay. This is, wait, A, B, A, B, A, B. Level dot at the top. Round display. Hard this... Fuck, man. Why is it not update level? I always look for this section, but I never find this. Scripting. Draw UI, draw hero list. Wait, draw UI, draw hero list. We don't care about that. Level info. There you go. Now I'll find this. Hey, finally. Eh? What the fuck? Eh? What the fuck? Eh? Yeah, guys, wait. It's hotkeys that I'm fucking up right now. Wait a minute. Scripting, let's get rid of this. So it's Control Alt N to es aufzuklappen in Englisch halt, ne? So. Display hearts, display seats, display spawn count. This is the interesting one. So what I need to figure out here is we need to get the const pointer to the spawn batch. Spawn batches, and then we go through the batches, and we increment, we get the count here. This is wrong. The enemy count that still needs to spawn is everything that is supposed to spawn right now. So first and foremost, we need the const level time, which is level state dot level dot time, I guess. Oh man, hello there, Softar Dastra and Vogal. Thank you guys for following. Level state time. Oh, float, of course. And then how do we get the count here? We have the level time, right? And so we need to make sure that let's mark this as C, then jump to B, jump to A. We need to make sure that this doesn't happen, I suppose. Right? Need to get the spawn batch as a reference. Then we continue those that we have, and then we just do enemy count, taking the spawn batch dot start time. Wait. Ooh, this is difficult. We have the level time. Level time times, no wait. I think I know. Wait. We need to divide. Definitely divide by the spawn batch dot time step. Right? That's the interval. We need to divide by the interval. Now we create the interval here, which I suppose is the spawn batch dot end time minus the level time. Correct? And then that will give us the count. Correct? Yes, it is. No, it's not. I can see black. You should see an Ach so, also du sprichst Deutsch. Ich bin neuer hier. Hello there. Yes, I do. I've started gamedev. It is difficult. It is. But it's also very rewarding. Take it or not. Last time, take it or not. Okay, guys. Paradox really wants me to use a constructor in this case. Let's see. Public. Wait. We're skipping half the point. My type. Default constructor. First constructor. Second constructor. See custom behavior. Default completely optional constructor. See custom behavior. A plus B. Oh, it's here. Okay, I thought it would be in a new line. Yeah. B is A plus B. Yeah. Yeah, but see, look how much I need to write here. Look how much I need to write here. When I can just have... Like, I see what you mean, but I could just have this. I don't know, man. This seems easier to me. I just need to make sure that these are all default declared. And then it just works too. I don't see the... Like, I see what you mean. And it works. But this works too. You know? So I don't see... It's your decision, but in exchange you write a lot of lines. I don't really. I supply the data that is needed. Here. I don't. I supply the needed data. This is always needed. I don't see this as... I think this is, the for me, the better solution. Because this is literally just JSON file format. Anyone that knows JSON files can read this. Anyone that has even seen JSON files once knows how to read this. It would be a single line with constructor. Yeah, but I would have to do this. Wait, sorry? Which is fine, you know? I like this more though. JSON file is nice because anyone can read, write a level then in the edit mode. Yes. And essentially I could still do this. I could do this too. I just don't do this because I want to be explicit. I want to be 100% explicit when I do this right here. Because I can read this easier. It's much easier to see. And I want this to be in a new line because then it's easier separated vertically. Is it vertically? Yeah, vertically. Let's jump to C here. This should work, right? Let's test. This should give me nothing then for this round. 0. Aha. But when does this... Okay, when does the level stop? Of course. When does the level stop? If... When does the round stop? How do I go from one round to the next? If there's no more enemies alive by a certain time? When I reach a certain time? Why do we get this right now? Okay, let's go for this here. It's a bit better. JSON is a file. I thought it was a person. The idea is you don't need a destructor. If you don't need one, you can just take the constructor. Rest is your decision. Yeah. I appreciate it though. Thank you very much. I'm still gonna do it this way. It doesn't require me to write any special constructors or anything. I just can have it right then and there where it's declared. I respect Paradox effort. He's talking to a clown-faced wall, but nonetheless, it's admirable how hard he tries. Shut the fuck up, you little bitch. Okay, fuck you. Okay, eat a dick. He's not talking to a wall, okay? It's not a wall. I have listened to him, I have engaged with his comments, and I've ultimately decided that I want to do it the way I do it at the moment, which is totally fine. Now, shut the fuck up and stop trying to uplenken mich in English. Okay? Okay, let's see. We have marked this as C and then round plus equals round edx plus equals plus. There you go. So,
Gotcha, bitch.
if the enemy count is less than 0 and we have leftover spawns, how do we figure this out? So, we need to somehow store, and I think we can only do this with time, actually. Should the timer stop then? Guys, do you have a video of balloons spawning rounds early? Can you spawn rounds early in balloons? Is this in a game mode somewhere? The default? How do they do that? Do the rounds just... Can you make it so... Wait, I could make some crazy stuff, man. I just came back from your mom's place. Shut the fuck up, Bunga, on YouTube. To be fair, even Vulkan C++ wrapper has the no constructors option specifically to allow the syntax he's using. Distract. No, I'm not saying that your stuff is less explicit, Paradox. I'm not saying that at all. He was talking about
Gotcha,
Ghosty's
bitch.
mom. Oh, I see. The werewolf, thank you very much for following, bruh. You have something on your forehead? No, I don't. So, I could easily do this, right? Where I say, okay, well... A round spawns at a particular time. And once I have reached that time, I spawn the round. I don't believe Bloons does. The levels start with clean slate. Maybe I'm wrong. They do. And you know what? I kind of need to play Bloons for that. I want to see what it is like when you have autoplay on and how it behaves. Then we can determine how it's probably done. So, for example, if you have autoplay on, would the round ending not be determined by having 0 balloons on the screen left? If going by Bloons Street rules? Yes. So if there's no enemies left, exactly. And we have somehow no more enemies that need to spawn. Yeah. If there's no more enemies that need to spawn and we have 0 enemies left that are currently alive, that's when... Let me quickly change this here. So we have our own stuff. Let's play any level. Let's play Monkey Meadow. And let's do it on hard. Standard. And I want to have autoplay off. So essentially auto start. I want this to be on. Yeah, I know. It's fine. Let's just play some units.
Target.
I want to see what happens. Round 3. I wonder if I can somehow... Wait, I need to... Okay. It's actually easier to test it like this.
Just give me a target.
Let's see what happens. I want to see if this round counter goes up even after all the balloons have spawned. If it's like a timer. Or if it waits for all of the balloons to die. Seems to wait. So it's essentially every unit has spawned and there's no more balloon on the map. That's how they programmed this. Probably. Yeah. And now it goes to 4. Is he trying to yoink? No, I'm trying to understand how they programmed something in the game. That's not how it is. Are you dumb? Are you fucking... Are you stupid? No, this guy's trying to bait me. It's fine. He's trying to bait. Guys, he's trying to bait. Uh-oh. Oh no!
Come on!
Shit. I'm losing. I mean, you're not supposed to place him there, so it's fine, I guess. Yeah, so after all...
Nice!
I know how the mechanics worked. I'm high ranked in Bloon City 5. I'm talking about 6, you dumbass. He's a master beta, yeah. It waits, yeah, it just waits for the round to be over. By the way, guys, I really like the chaining of his arrow. I want to make that an ability too. Yeah. Cool. Someone is watching you play and manually increase it. Okay. They're like, okay, now I can increase the counter. It should be fine. They have beaten the level. No, it just waits till the last balloon dies. And then it increases the round counter. Which is easy. Because we can do that too. Very simple. Enemy count. Here. And we should rename that to enemies
Long life
left
Chows.
to spawn.
Game demo. Marketing. Steam Next Fest. All scam. Don't be afraid of poor marketing and you'll be stronger. Good game will sell nonetheless. The money will come to you.
So this is literally in the scope here of update level. Hey, the Dev Dad. Good morning. How's it going? Cakes, God, happy Tuesday. Thank you. We are making the game much more debuggable right now. Cakes, Google Bloom's anti-stalling Dumbo. Google Bloom's anti-stalling Dumbo. So it's a timer then. It's a timer plus this as a condition. You moron. If there's no more enemies left to, balloons left to spawn, then the timer starts ticking. And at a certain point, if the timer reached its full potential, or if you killed all of the balloons, then it starts the round. There's no other way. Okay, fine. Balloons anti-stalling Dumbo. What is anti-stalling? I'm new to battles too. A long Bloon City player in general, but I've been doing battles about 2 weeks and trying to become a better player. Stall and anti-stall are two concepts I hear brought up all the time in the community, but I don't really understand how it works. Stalling means trying to stall rounds by purposely not popping balloons fast. People do this mainly to gain more eco boosts before the next round begins. Anti-stall is the opposite, trying to pop balloons faster so rounds end faster. Edit, this only applies to AI balloons, not balloons set by the other player. The reason why you want anti-stall, is someone actually explaining this? Because you have farms are eco blah 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 blah, farms are blah 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 blah, anti-stall doesn't matter if you're going to, okay, basically anti-stalling better if the blah blah blah. Gardener's example, I'm doing Darling Ninja against they were going to, how does it work then? Huh? How does it work? Huh? Thank you. Thank you, AQ. AQ is actually the only person that's actually... Okay, accept all. It's fine. All right, let's see. Piss off. Move. Wait a minute, guys. It's really pissing me off. Piece of shit. Okay. There you go. Much better. Alright, let's do it like this. Stalling is a general purpose strategy of greatly slowing down or stopping balloons so they are in a good position to hit and other towers have more time to pop, which synergizes well with the nearby high DPS towers. It is useful on maps with short tracks and also fast moving balloons. And also more generally for giving towers more time to pop high HP balloons and dense clusters. In general, stalling forms much of the backbone of Bloons 35 and 6 strategy alongside buffing other towers to deal more damage. By combining stalling with other forms of support, most balloons can be handled with relative ease. Stalling excessively is not very useful in earlier games due to the lack of activated abilities. Therefore, Bloons 35, it is usually more efficient to just pop the balloons with the cash offered instead of stalling. The opposite of stalling is known as anti-stalling. It is often used... Yeah, but I understand this. Okay. In general, ice monkeys and glue monkeys serve to slow down balloons, thus allowing other towers to deal more damage over a longer period of time. Ice monkeys specialize in stalling large groups, while glue gunner either focuses larger or down larger targets or glues whole swaths of balloons in a short time. We learned nothing, yeah. One common strategy is to stall as long as possible. Tips, races. Guys, it doesn't say that you can't do this. It doesn't say that the game has an internal timer that starts ticking to start the next round. I'm saying that the game is programmed in a way where you will kill the last balloon, it starts the next round. Whether you kill the last balloon after 5 minutes or 10 minutes, that's how it's programmed. It's a strategy and doesn't say anything about rounds. Wrong. Okay, this guy is actually banned right now for 1 hour. See you in 1 hour, bitch. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong, and you're trying to make me waste my time. And therefore, the game will take longer to develop, bitch. Fuck you. Eat a dick. Nope. This guy's so wrong. It's insane. Okay. So, essentially, what we then need to do is... enemy count, where is that coming from? Enemy count is literally just... I delete enemies immediately when they have the component dev. What the fuck is this shit? Generate seeds for dead enemies, increase the kill count. This should be an update enemy. What the fuck? Huh? This shouldn't be here at all. Deselect dead enemies? I have this twice. What the fuck? Update enemy? Sad thing is, he already kind of succeeded. Just program CTTD and you will earn at least yours. Guys, I'm gonna quickly grab some coffee, okay? Give me a second. Let's program this in. I think this is easy. I just have to clean this shit up. I don't know why this is in here. Updating enemies to increase the kill count This can always be done. Wait! AQ. Sir, AQ, are you here? Guys, brother. Can you please link me the article of how balloons gain experience points when a balloon dies? Could you please link me that? I think we are getting really close to having a really, really good game, bro. I think, like, we're so close. I need you guys, I don't do this very often, because I don't like that you guys can't see the game when I'm programming. We're going to up our speed by 2 times right now. We're going to have 2 windows open at the same time. Can you believe it? It's been a while. So we have update enemy, this function right here. And we have update entities right here, where we update the heroes first. You know what we're gonna do? Git add dot git commit -m. Let me quickly check what the changes are we have in the game. Source control, come on. AQ, Balloon City Heroes XP. Thank you, man. I changed some text. I changed some game CPP stuff. Cooldown. I changed that to cooldown. Oh god. Oh god. Is this the giant rework that we didn't push yet? The giant projectile rework? Uh-oh, we didn't push this yet. 2,900 insertions? And deletions? 2,600? Yep. Alright, let's push this really quickly. It's fine, guys. It's fine. It is totally okay. Now. Alright, let's see. I want to remove this shit. Don't need that anymore. We deselected heroes already. We update heroes like this. If a hero is dead. If a hero is dead, I need to deselect him from the loop. I don't do that. I don't know why I don't do this. 512 heroes? Oh, I have an idea as well. Actually that... we already do that. Hero ID in the EDX. When are we breaking this into modules though? Why would we need that? Why would we need to do that, bruh? So if a hero is dead, then I want to do game. I think it's fine. I think I want to remove the index and pack instead of swap. Like this. My modules we will never release. And then for enemies, we need to remove some stuff here. And then, oh, I actually had this code running twice. This is why I was generating so much money. Because I had this code running in 2 places. You see this, guys? Generate seeds for dead enemies. This is in a completely different... I was updating enemies twice. Really? There's no way. There's no way I was doing this twice. Wait. No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't. It is actually the same code. Okay. Wait, but it's called update entities. Then why do I have the level state here? Ah, it is here. This should be outside. This is bad. I think we can do this. I see now why I did this, but it's fine. We can do this better now. This stuff right here is stuff from the level that doesn't concern... And I know where to put this. Here. This is called manage round. Manage rounds. Let's call it manage rounds. Okay, so we need the enemy count. This is essentially game state. Enemies dot count. How many enemies are currently spawned? And then the leftover spawns. Wait, not leftover spawns. These are called enemies left to spawn. Enemies left to spawn. Then this can go away. We have that here. And then we start a new round whenever there's no more enemies and there's no more enemies left to spawn. And I think... Cool. I decoupled a dependency right now, which is very cool. We generate seeds here. When an enemy dies, that should happen here. Enemy count can get removed now. We swap if enemies die. We deselect them. And then this is now the last thing that we have to do is how do we do experience points calculation? Let's see. Down here. Let's see. Heroes gain a fixed amount of experience each round according to the formula for tower XP. It does not matter how many balloons they pop. Each hero has a different leveling speed formula. Ah! This section is for heroes. Oh, this is for heroes. Okay. Towers, though. Experience points. XP are valuable. Wait. Experience points. Let's see here. Have it like this. Experience points, or XP, are value to describe a player's progress in the Bloons Tower Defense games. This feature was introduced in Bloons City 4. Popping an individual balloon earns XP and contributes to leveling up ranks. In Bloons City 4, 5, and 6, ranks instead, called levels, are earned by beating rounds, which give a set amount of XP regardless of the number of balloons popped. This is actually very interesting. You know why, guys? Because, excuse me, I spat. Blech. This is very interesting. So why is this cool for the player? What level are you guys in Bloons? Those of you who played Bloons, have you tracked your level? I have somehow tracked this a little bit, not much. But I'm pretty sure there are some people in the game that track their level. And so it gives you as a player something to look forward to when you level up and compare to others. I'm ranked 65 in City DD. So maybe I do this too in my game. You know, give you the opportunity to level up by doing certain challenges and doing difficult maps. Stop streaming. Oh, you're so lucky that you're a mod. I would have banned you. Oh, you're so fucking lucky, bro, bitch. Shut the fuck up. In Bloons City 4 and 5, it was awarded for popping balloons. The player gets 1 experience point per 1 balloon popped. 1 layer popped. which is not equal to RBE. For example, reducing Moab to ceramic balloons takes 200 hits, equivalent to 200 RBE, but since it's considered popping one layer, the player will only receive a single XP point. The player gets a new rank when they reach certain amounts of XP, yes. In Balloon City 6, popping balloons no longer gives XP. The only way to earn XP is by completing rounds. Aha! Interesting. So I could make it, instead of each enemy giving me XP, I complete certain rounds and they give more or less XP depending on the round. Okay, Balloon City battles. Heroes XP. Okay, heroes gain a fixed amount. Wait, but what about the towers? Tower XP. Ah, there we go. In Balloon City 6, the XP gaining structure is different. Instead of automatically unlocking upgrades, the player gets to choose which upgrades he can unlock for each tower. Yeah, we have the same thing. Can I actually start the game right now? Does it start? We have the same thing. Experience points allow you to invest into the skill tree, and you unlock abilities and other special stats that are not flashed out 100% yet, but that's how it's gonna be. Yes. So we have the same thing. Each tower has different set of XP collections, and more XP can be generated by using a certain tower more often. That's how I see it, yeah. 100 level, 105 in Balloon City 6 at the moment level. Yeah, see? Wanted to go for 100 for bragging rights, lol. Yeah, yeah, see? Shit. Unlocking a tower with XP requires the previous upgrade tier to be unlocked. So, for example, very quick shots cannot be unlocked unless quick shots is also unlocked, yeah. It does not matter at all. It does not matter if all upgrades of the same tier for the given tower are not unlocked yet. The upgrades can be unlocked in any order provided, yes. XP for towers is calculated the following way. Each round has a set amount of XP that it gives, regardless of balloons popped. At the end of the round, this XP is added to your account and split between the towers you have placed relative to the amount of money spent on each tower. Oh god, wow. For example, a defense of $100 ninja, $100 druid and $200 alchemist on a round that gives 100 XP will give 25 XP to the ninja, 25 to the druid and 50 to the alchemist. It's a distribution. Okay. So it's percentage distribution, essentially. Heroes do not count as towers. Ah, I see. I like this, actually. They do not attribute kills to towers. That's really cool. No, that makes sense. So why do I say that? I have a unit in the game that doesn't deal much damage, but it provides buffs, heals, and Shade 11 is gonna get banned right now. Where's this piece of shit? See you in 5 minutes. This unit provides buffs and heals, and overall is more of a supporting unit rather than a unit that kills stuff. And if this unit doesn't kill enough heroes, then it won't get enough XP because, yeah, well, others kill the heroes for it. And I really like this formula. I think we're actually going to do the same thing. So essentially, yeah, it's smart. Let's see. XP. So we could say that we have 100 XP, 100 XP. And then that is distributed by, like, let's say we have 20, actually, we have 80 G, we have 50 G, and then we have 160 G. And then in total, that would be, what is that? 30, 130, 290 G. And then percentage-wise, oof, how much would that be, actually? This is like 40% or something. This would be like 60% or something, right? 60%. And then this would be, how much is that? Fits in 6 times, actually. Almost 6 times. So that would be like, I don't know, 16% or something. And then this would be the rest. How much is that? 76, so that's 24 or something percent. And then you just take a share of this here. I think that's how we're gonna do this. So after the end of every round, I'm gonna award the experience points to the units. Apparently my level in Bloons is 53 after 15-ish hours of playing. Not sure if that's good or bad. Don't you gain bonuses based on levels as well? Like monkey money sometimes? And stuff like that? This is an incentive to keep leveling. Currently learning C, and I'm not sure what language I should go next. Python or C++ or Java. What I want to do game development. Try out all of them. If you're not sure, try out Python and see how you like it. Make a game in Python if you can. There's a cool library in Python called Pygame. That can be very useful to get started. And then for Java, you can do the same thing. Cakez needs to mod Fizz or someone on YouTube, not going to point at people, but they're spamming caps lock message unrelated to stream. I'm gonna get rid of Ghosty. Yeah, you're right. See you later, bro. I'll see you in 30 minutes. Stop spamming, bitch. In 30 minutes you've wasted typing in the chat. You could have learned how to detect collision with the wall and apply velocity to the player to climb the wall. Oh, you guys are talking about Ghosty? Nah, it's like he's spamming and he's writing in all caps all the time, bruh. Snitched on, yeah. Sweet, thank you. Yeah, do that, bro. Okay, so we're gonna do this, guys. It's actually very simple. The experience points. So we would have to have experience points per round then. Interesting. I mean, it does make sense. Who wants to level up a hero during the round? It would also create the incentive of stopping the round and pausing it, which I don't like at all. It's actually really smart. Okay, we're gonna do this. Display gold animation, maybe enable. Yeah, we'll see about that. Killer, prefab stats. Okay, level state seeds. So essentially what we wanna do here is like this. Times gold multi. Then over here we say float gold multi is 1. And then we set the gold multi to the stand value. We max it out between those two. And then we do the seeds here. Prefab stats and instat stats maybe. Yeah. Like this. Alright, let me quickly get rid of this and we can see this a little bit better. We can get rid of this now. This was very helpful. Are heroes in your game the troops or the same at Bloons? I don't really have heroes in the game right now. I do have heroes, but these are also the towers at the same time. Smartest thing Cakez did today. I think the game should pause when you open dialogues. It does. It does pause. It will always pause, yes. Now I will create challenge modes probably where you can't open these dialogues anymore. So for example, I will have a challenge mode in the game where you cannot open this skill tree right here. And you can't really pause the game here. So that you're not allowed to pause essentially. This will be there, and because this menu right here doesn't pause the game. It lets it, it keeps it running. All right, let's see. So it spawned, see that? Maybe it should show me how many enemies are spawning. Let's see. Level data at the top. Maybe it should say enemies to spawn, enemies left to spawn, plus game state enemies dot count. This will show me how many enemies no wait, like this. This will show me the count, hopefully. 18. Yeah. So now it says there's 18 enemies that are left. And now it's 17. Guys, does this counter make more sense than the previous one? I think so, right? What percentage do you think your game is at? I don't know, 50%. I'm still developing the systems. I'm trying to ironing out the systems in the game. Sorry for being a noob, but how long has Cakez worked on this? Actually, 3 years. 3 years and 5 days. I started on the 15th of April, 3 years ago. So, I think this works very well. Why is this 21 now? That's bad. It's not perfect, I guess. Okay, let's do it. Let's do experience points per round. We need to award experience points per round per hero and how much money is spent on the hero. How do we do that? What if we have... Oh man, that's gonna be difficult. Award XP to prefabs. There we go. Oh no, wait, this is when I finish the round. That's not... Award XP to attacker. We don't need to do this anymore. So this stuff can go away. What's wrong with individually leveling up? That will happen. This will happen, but we'll do it differently now. We'll do it per round. Each round will give experience points. And that makes it easier for me to balance this as well. So think about it like this, okay? Let's get rid of this here. Items. We see the spawn data here, right? I need to somehow generate a structure that is a round that has max rounds, max spawn batches. It has a spawn batch in it. Spawn batches, like this. Okay. And obviously this is not defined, so it needs to be down here. One round. It has a float. Float XP value that it gives. And maybe some other data. And now the array for rounds spawn data would be max rounds, an array of max rounds. And we have a round here, round. I wonder why this is not complaining, why this is complaining. It doesn't, okay, it doesn't complain. And then it is literally the same. This would be round 1. But instead I have a XP value here. Where I say, okay, well, round 1 gives me 100 XP. Okay, and now I can time this, or I can balance this together with the XP needed here. You see this? Let's mark this as A and then do EXP needed. There you go. Instead of putting it to 50, let's put it to 30 or 20. You see how in round 1 we get... If round 1 gives me... Let's close this, right? And then that makes more sense. Round 1, if I say round 1 gives me 100 XP, units need 100 XP, or these guys need 100 XP to level up. After round 1, I will have a level up. Okay, now I can... It is very easy for me to balance this than to balance individual kills during the round. So while before I had to basically multiply 20 enemies by 5 XP to be added up to 100, now I could say this round is that much XP, and it doesn't matter how many enemies are spawning there, this will always be 100 XP. And so I don't have to balance the 50 enemies, the 20 enemies, the composition of all of those enemies together. I don't have to calculate all of these numbers in my head to come up with an experience point number. I literally can just come up with a number myself, depending on the rounds. And so if I have very difficult rounds, the XP counter is higher. And then XP is given at the end of the round rather than during the round. So during the round, you will never level up. You will never go, unless you leveled up a round before, you will never go into the skill tree during the level or during the round when it's running and make changes here. So as long as you finish the round, you gain the XP. Yes. You manage to beat the round, you get rewarded for beating the round. Yes. Yeah, we just read the Bloons wiki about the XP values and I think it makes sense. Guys, I know it's the same like in Bloons, but it makes sense. It does make sense, okay? Yeah, it's kind of a yoink, and I think it's a good system. You guys need to loosen up on this, you know? Your old system was better. No, my old system was not better. You're wrong. My old system had the issue of placing a support hero that wouldn't deal any damage to other towers, enemies, and that would never level up. A support hero would never level up as much as heroes that deal damage. And so now, depending on how much money I spent on my support hero, I can boost him up by spending a lot of money on him. I think it makes sense. I also like placing towers in the middle of your round. Your game is losing its identity. No, it doesn't. It doesn't lose identity. I tried that. It didn't work out. It did not work out. Yeah, placing units on the road didn't work out very well. I tried that. Why not give supporters assist XP? Supporters getting assist XP would require me to track in a list on each hero if the hero was supported or not. Or the enemy needs to track a list of heroes that have attacked the enemy at least once, and now they are tagged for XP. And that would require to go whenever a unit dies to loop over or to first find all of the assistants, which could be, let's say, 5 different units, 10 different units. So I'm updating this one particular enemy. Now he dies. I have 5 units that I loop over where I have to, if I'm lucky, I have O of 1 lookup table to my unit, to my array of heroes and grab that one out. If I'm unlucky, I have to search for the hero. And I have to do that 5 times. Every time something dies. So I think that's bad. Also, it is very annoying to program in, because now think about my dude. I'm a guy that deals a lot of damage, and I got buffed by a friendly tower of mine. Now I kill the enemy. Now I have to keep track of, I got buffed by this particular hero. So I have to not only add myself to the list of supporters on the enemy, but also to the list of supporters on I also have to add the other one too. And so that would require even more logic. So that's so bad. Like, guys, it's bad. I thought about this a long time ago. I did that a long time ago. It is a nightmare to program and keep track of. It's dumb. Why not gain XP by how much damage you do instead of on death? But then support heroes would not gain any XP, bro. More logic equals bad? Yes, because it's more tedious. Also, how much percentage XP wise do you give them when they are supporting? Let's say I have another unit. This unit never attacks. He just buffs this guy. This guy kills all of the enemies. How much percentage XP wise should this guy get? 50%? Now, what if I have two guys supporting him? What would be the distribution? Would it be equal? So 33%, 33%, 33%? This is bad. You can get XP whenever they heal or cast a buff unrelated to the carry unit. But then you could create a level where you keep one enemy healing, one enemy tanking. You keep on freezing the tank so that the healer stays healing the tank. And then you would infinitely let the game run. Let the game run so that you can heal and buff your one guy who keeps this guy locked in place. And you just go eat something, you go to sleep, and you wake up to every single unit in your game being maximum level. That would be good tactics. No, that would be an exploit. You could cap it. Yeah, but guys, do you understand that we are currently talking about a tower defense game and essentially exploiting the game, and me having to write literally 1,000 if checks just to make sure that you cannot exploit this? Do you guys, I have tried this in the past. It was a nightmare to program. I'm not gonna do this. End of story. I see what you guys mean. I wanted to do it too. No. I'm going to do round-wise XP that is distributed based on how much money you invested into a hero. And so if I spawn a support hero and he gets all of the money, then he gets the majority of XP. There we go. You can exploit this too, like sell non-XP unit to funnel it all into a single one. Now what happens? Yeah, but you can't do this indefinitely. So even if you sell the unit, I think it still keeps track of how much money each unit was spent on. And even if you undeploy or if you sell a unit, I think you still gain XP. Should we test it out? Let's test it out actually. I think you can sell the unit and still gain XP. Let's see. We'll do this, we do round 1, okay? We test round 1. Make it so the game pauses every 5 minutes without input. No, this is bad. Guys, stop. Yes. Okay, let's see here. We're starting on round... We have to be careful here. Alright, so let's see. I'm gonna spawn 2 heroes. And right now... how do I... Ah, so this guy has 979 XP. 979, and then this guy has 0 XP. Alright, let's start round 3. It's round 3. What was it? 971? 979, okay, 979. You know what? I'm just gonna quickly write this down. So we have 970. What was that? So 979, guys? 979 and 0. So let's see. Actually, Let's do it like this. All right, let's see. After round 1, how much do we have? We gained, how much is that? 79. We have 1,010. And this guy gained 49 experience. Okay. So, let's see. 10, 20, 31. So this guy got 31. And the other one got 49. Because he cost more money. Okay. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna restart. Then we place this guy. We place this guy. We let him attack once. Or we'll try both ways. Okay. We'll try both ways. He needs to attack once. Can I even attack once? Yeah. And now we're gonna sell. Still 1010. Let's see if he gains XP. I would assume he does. He didn't gain any XP. This guy gained more XP. So he went over to 129. This level does look familiar. Did Bloon steal your level? Okay. I like your pixel art color palette. Did you make the assets or did you download them somewhere? I made the pixel art myself. And so this guy had 1010. We're gonna do both, essentially. We'll try both. And if both versions suck, so this guy got 0 and this guy got 50, 60, 70. What was it? Plus 50, that would be 99, 60, it's actually 80 XP. And if we, yeah, it was, so this was 82 in total. So in total it was 80 XP for that round. I think it's fine. Does Bloods carry over XP to the next level? Yeah, I mean, oh, yes, of course. These permanently gain XP. So now I could, you know, spend in-game cost. Okay, this tells me how much it will cost. So we could say this one here. Faster or further than normal. Boom. And then the next one would be 490 XP. Not round, I mean level. Yeah, this stays. The upgrades are permanent. It's like a skill tree. Alright. Guys, we're gonna do it like this. It is how it is. I'm just going to somehow, I need to track how much money they spent on. They even removed the tree for visual clarity and made it more kids friendly by removing the burning dead animal. Pretty smart, these Bloons guys. They are smart, yes. Which is why I look at them oftentimes. What do you mean by burning that animal, though? Not sure what this guy is talking about. Can you give an OP unit that can kill the whole map and then use it to level up a level 1 unit? Or I can give you an OP unit that can kill the whole map. And then use it to level up a level 1 unit along with it. Yes, but the more money you spend on your strong unit, the less experience points your level 1 unit gets. It's based on how much money you spent on the unit. Guys, it's fine. Okay? You can literally touch the animal if you want it. Are you balancing? Are you on the balancing side, Cakez? It's coming. Is it coming to an end? We're still working on it. We're currently changing the experience system on the game. And the spawning system as well. What is something that you think Bloons got wrong or that you might be able to do better than them? Unique levels. We have different spawning enemies. They always spawn the same Bloons in every map. They make the levels more interesting by having different level types, more objects in the level that obscure your vision. And therefore the levels feel different, but it's always the same balloons that spawn. While that's a plus point as well, I would also like to have like some, like if I see it like this, if you figure out one strategy, you have essentially figured out a way to beat all levels, essentially. That's how I see it. One OP strategy is enough to beat all levels. At least that's what it felt like to me when I played. So I would play I started to play all of the levels with all of the difficulties, and it's like I managed to finish the first level on all of the difficulties, then moved on to the next. And then I already realized that I was mostly using the same balloons, the same strategy on the level, and it felt repetitive. And so I forced myself to use other types of balloons to complete the level. And that worked. So there's multiple strategies you could use, but it still felt the same. And so I want to make it different, where I have the maps effect, how units behave, meta progression affects the maps. I want it to be a little bit different. So yeah, environmental hazards in certain maps. I want obstacles to work both ways, not only for my units, but also for enemies attacking my units. You know, line of sight and stuff. So I want it to be a little bit more strategic, and then I want to have the same spawning system like in Bloons, where one spawn system rules them all in the beginning. So it will always spawn the same units in the first 5 to 10 to 20 to 100 levels. Will always be the same. But there will be additional enemies in some maps. Later they have the maps that are more prohibitive when it comes to strategy, so you cannot beat every level using the same units.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah, anyways, guys, I need to go to the bathroom really quickly. And what were we working on? On the XP. Yeah, we're gonna work on the XP next. Be right back really quickly. I think what I should do is keep track of the costs of all of the heroes. Ignoring suffering animals, concerning if true. Cakes. What do you mean? What do you mean? This? Deer? Oh, now I get it. Cringe. Fucking cringe, bro. Alright. So essentially this would look the same. Then dot XP is the first one, and then that dot batches, right? Spawn batches. Right? What is around again? Spawn batches. Batches. There you go. And then we have that. You know what I'm gonna do? I'll turn this into an array. Just to alleviate some of the iterations in my spawning system. So let's say I have, in this case, that would be .count, right? That we have 1 and then .elements. This is what it would look like, I think. Wait a minute. Am I blind? Am I dumb? Wait, no, wait a minute. Spawn batches. But we have an array of these. Why does it not work? Am I blind? What does it say here? Field designator cannot initialize a non-class type spawn batch 5. What do you need to make the game more enjoyable and non-repetitive is to make the enemies immune to some units, or the enemies have special abilities. Yes. We already have one unit that's immune to physical damage or very strong against physical damage, and the next one will be we'll see what the next one is, but there will be immune to magic damage, and then there will be recovery units and stuff like that. Yes. But first the systems, the spawning system here. I don't see what the issue is here. Spawn batches is an array of 5. This is the array and these are the elements. And why does it not work like this? What am I doing wrong? What is wrong here? I don't understand. You mean this? I don't think so. That's not it. It's odd. What? Default initialization of an object. Okay, that works. Then can I put it to test here? No, because this is an array. But this is a... Wait, this is an array. Wait a minute. This is an array. This is an array of spawn batches. The elements is the elements, then you go with what's up. One set off and the array itself, and then another round. That doesn't make any sense, bruh. Like, what the fuck am I doing wrong here? It's so simple. Spawn batches is an array. And so I create this. And then it even says, this is fine, this is fine. Ah, I see. Like this, maybe. What the fuck? Yeah. So, wow. Okay. That is a little bit more annoying, but now it does work. Okay. So essentially this. Yeah. Told ya? It was difficult, bro. It wasn't simple at all. It is certainly a lot more data, but now I don't have the count. I think it's fine. Yeah, I think it's fine. Yeah, let's do it like this. Goodness, man, that's a big one, though. Let's create a couple of rounds. Wait. Guys, how do I paste and put the cursor at the end? Is it... no. How do I paste and put the cursor at the end? Do you guys know that? Right, let's copy this over. Round 2. Let's see, we have round 1 here. Round 2. Ain't Control D the usual way to do it? Control D. I'm talking about... what is that called? I'm talking about... what is it called? What is it called, guys? I'm talking about... Never knew about this way to initialize a class struct. Very interesting. Yeah, it's like a JSON format in my opinion. It is a little bit annoying here, like having all of these things. But yeah. Let's see, how many do I have here? How many iterations is that really? Max rounds, max rounds. Max waypoints, max rounds, max batches, max spawn batches, there we go. How much is that? 5. It's actually not that many iterations, to be honest. I don't think I'm gonna do this, to be honest. I'm just gonna keep this as a normal array. Five is fine. I'm not gonna save that many iterations. And on top of that, I don't really have to supply the count here. I don't like that at all. I think I like this more. So much simpler. I think that's better than having this shit here. Right, don't you guys agree? XP and how many spawn badges we have. Instead of having, you know, the having to hard code the count here. All right, let's copy from round to the rest. This is better. Round 4, round 5, round 6, round 7, 8, and that's it. Let me put it here. And the only thing that we have to supply here is this every time. Oh yeah, actually this.
Gotcha, bitch.
Indent this one. Like that. And we can move on to the next. Hey, my man, thank you very much for following. Grimmaxed. Good morning. There you go.
Gotcha, bitch.
Next. And Eliseo, thank you very much for following
Gotcha,
too, bro.
bitch.
And Chubins. Welcome, guys. Good morning. Hope you have a good day. Alright. Hopefully this works, and then we can finally work on distributing XP among the different units. And I'll probably do it different than in Bloons. I will keep track of how much money you spent on each hero type. And then even if the hero is sold, they will still gain experience points. Even if they are not deployed, because we spent money on them. There you go. Okay, so we have our own spawn data now. Which is something we use in the next. And we keep the experience points by 100 per round for now. Maybe here we have 240, 140 or something. But for now we keep it at 100. And then... Let's see. Yeah, we need something in the game that keeps track of the experience points for each hero type. How do we do this? We could allocate this. Or we could do it statically. We could use it statically. I think I want to keep it in heap memory. So that would be struct level state. Struct level state. There you go. And then over here we have a float. Money spent or something. Do you type it with D or T, guys? Money spent. Hero types. Hero count. These are all the different types of heroes. T. Okay, Rico is trying to troll me. I'm gonna ban this guy. Guys, stop trolling. Right. T. Thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate it. Good. Money spent. And now every time I spawn a hero or I upgrade a hero, I need to increase this counter. Spend is verb, adjective is better. It's fine, he's gonna be back in 5 minutes, it's okay. Alright, let's see, how do we do this? How do I spend money on them? I can upgrade units and I can spawn. So essentially, spawn hero. This here. We have the hero ID. Then we do game state, level state, dot spend money spent on I should probably have to supply the hero cost. Oops. To this function. Because then I can, let's see, hero type ID plus equals hero cost. And then we do an SM assert here. Hero cost has to be greater than 0. Then hero should not be... I mean, 3 is fine. Should not have a negative cost. I don't think that will ever happen, but you never know. Good, now we have the hero cost. Oh guys, we're getting close. Only Cakez uses an array class, and then the next fucking line goes back to C arrays. Guys, bro, it's easier to type. Okay? I do not want to have the array class there. It is more annoying to type. Alright, so and then display upgrades. There we go. And we have a do choice. And that can return true. If it returns true, I see it just returns do button. Yeah. Then contents, name, draw abilities. Do choice. Here we go. I have to program this in 5 times, bro. Fuck. I have to program this in every time. This fucking sucks, but okay. So essentially what we have to do is game state. Or do we have level state here? We don't. Dot upgrade or hero. No, money spent on hero type ID plus equals upgrade cost. I have to duplicate this, you know. This sucks. We also have to do this for weapon upgrades. Right here. And we have to do this for equipment upgrades. Hey Algo, how's it going, bro? Good morning. We're currently working on distributing experience points and the spawn system. Hope you have a good day, bro, and thanks very much for following. More annoying to type, legit engineer mindset. New here, and you're working on your Steam game or GMTK? I'm working on my Steam game, yes. My man, biceps XXL. Goodness, this guy. Thank you very much for following, sir. Teach me. True. Yeah, Aizen looking. Yeah, you wish, Aizen, right? Goodness. Alright, so now we have money spent, and then we can say, alright. Did I, like, put this on C? Yes. This is where... display spawn count.
Gotcha, bitch!
Oh, shit. Thank you very much for following, Mr. Zach. Thank you very much for following, Mr. Zach. Start new round. There we go. Start new round. This is when we award experience points. Award XP to all heroes that got money spent on them. So, we need to build a distribution here. And I don't know whether I want to turn this into... The cool thing is I only need to calculate this once. When the round is essentially over, right? What engine are you using? Hello, Sethi. I'm using my own engine. It's based on... actually, thank you, Aizen. It's actually a command. Yes, it is. Only Cakez... yeah, I actually read that already. Isn't it bad for support and tank units? You will probably have more damage dealers and you are adding money per type in total for the distribution. So it probably weights more towards DPS units. No, if you spend more money on your tank units, it doesn't.
Gotcha, bitch.
So it's fine. Again. So for example, let me give you an idea. A supporting unit can be as powerful as... It's fine. We'll do it like this, okay? I just don't want to discuss this anymore, guys. I'm doing it like this, okay, bro? Let's move on. So, we need to build the distribution here. How do we do this? I mean, I could create a float array, distribution array, which is a hero count, right? And initialize that to 0. And then we first need to keep track of all of the money spent on heroes. So that would be float money spent is 0. And then we loop over all of these. And then we index into this. And then we have the total money spent, I suppose. There you go. And then we build the distribution by looping again. And essentially indexing into the distribution on the hero type ID and assigning the money spent divided by the total money spent. Now we have the distribution, and then we get the const float XP to... Yeah, we get the XP. I don't know, round XP is round data. It's called spawn data dot on level state round index dot XP. Now we have the XP for the round, and then we go through all of the prefabs and award XP. So we do another for loop and award XP for all of those. That would be round XP. Const float XP is round XP multiplied by the distribution on the hero type ID. There you go. And for some reason, is this, did you mean round XP? Oh yeah, I did. And then we award the XP on the hero type ID. We need to cast this to a hero type ID. If the XP is greater than 0, of course. And does this need to be a float? It's an int. Okay, then we cast this to an int, I guess. There you go. Why not do all of that in one loop? Because you can't. First you need to get the total money spent. And I guess while doing this, well, we can do this in 2 loops, you're right. Essentially, and then we don't even need to keep track of the distribution. You're right. That's smarter. Smart. So this would be a distribution is money spent divided by this, and then we award experience by taking this. Very good idea, bro. Thank you. Can be done in 2 loops. I even got typed when I asked a wholesome question and you wrongly understood it and thought it was trolling. The only way to avoid bans is to never chat. I hope you learned your lesson. And never answer Cakez questions. He might time you out when he doesn't like your answer. Okay, bro.
Gotcha, bitch.
El Pepe, Peppa P. Thank you very much for following. Give me a second, guys. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. There's only one problem. We just have one issue. I made a cool level up effect. And I want to display that level up effect. I can't do that anymore. Let's mark this as a level up effect. Whenever I award experience points on killing units, I had this cool little level up effect. Man, I'm having a rough time installing WinGW for VSC, Visual Studio Code. What do you mean? What do you need to install there? WinGW, isn't that just a compiler, bro? Isn't this just a compiler? That has nothing to do with Visual Studio Code. You should be able to do it in a terminal. I think your first step should probably be to learn how it can be used in a terminal. And then you will understand a little bit better how it works in Visual Studio Code. Essentially what you need to do is build a JSON file that outputs a shell command like this. So for example, in my game, or for my build system, I just call sh build.sh, or before I would use /build.batch file. So I invoke a build file that is also a Windows batch file or a shell script. And then that shell script, for example, does the compiler command. But I could essentially also just do the compiler command there. So I think what you are struggling with is how to build your C++ program using the command line. You should probably learn that first, and then it all makes a little bit more sense how you have to set it up in Visual Studio Code. Did you go to university or self-taught, Cakez? I did go to university, yes. I'm just trying to see hello world in the terminal. Yeah, well, how do you know how to build your program? Have you managed to build your program? Do you have an executable to run? Because the tasks.json file in Visual Studio Code is essentially the task that it performs when you want to build. Control-Shift-B performs your task. And so I call a build script. And then the launch.json file is essentially just launching an executable. So do you have the executable? Have you managed to build your program using the command line first? Do you know what it means to build a program in C++? So you need to learn how that works first. Yeah, then you need to learn that. You need to learn how to build your C++ program from the command line in order to understand how you can do it in Visual Studio Code. Because Visual Studio Code is literally just replicating the steps that you would have to type into the command line, into your CMD script. Isn't that what he's asking? He's asking how to install the compiler. You don't install a compiler in Visual Studio Code. You either have the compiler or you don't. There is no... you don't install it in Visual Studio Code. Visual Studio Code just calls the command line. If your command line knows about the compiler, then it just calls down to the compiler. Visual Studio Code is just a neat interface for defining which commands to put in the command line. The commands are the same whether you use Visual Studio Code or not. Yeah. Visual Studio. Yeah, Visual Studio will take away this struggle for you. Exactly. I thought Visual Studio Code was the first step thing. The first step is ultimately to understand how to build your program in C or C++. And that is essentially just calling clang. I can't do it right now, but it's like opening up CMD. And then typing in clang, for example, and then realizing that there are no input files. So typing in clang and then, I don't know, main.cpp. And then it would build you a program. So essentially, if I were to go into, I don't know. Actually, I was already in... Guys, how do I clear again? Isn't it CL? CLS? Oh, I see. So let's say you are in this file and then you create yourself a file called main.cpp. Guys, how do I create a file? How do I create a file? Windows command line. Notepad. I guess I'll quickly open up Visual Studio Code here. We create a new file, call it main.cpp. Now you have your main file, and then I suppose you will want to have a main function. Int main return 0. There you go. And I guess you'll do a hello world command line thing, right? So include, I don't know, stdio.h, then std cout. Hello world, I guess. std end line. Like this? Does this even work? Was it the other way around? Do I have to do this? It's been a while since I wrote this. IO stream. stdio is just, okay, print. It's printf, essentially. Hello world. And then now you have your main CPP file, and what you need to do in MinGW or whatever you use, clang main CPP file, and then maybe you give it an output name of, you know, test. And then it creates you a test executable that you can then run. Let me see. Test. Eh? Did I do this wrong? Oh, it doesn't. Oh, shit. Of course. I'm an idiot. So what I have to do here is test.executable, right? The file exists. So essentially, you want to build... Wait, let me... CLS here. Let's redo this, and then I can turn this into a video as well. And so now you have your main CPP file, and you want to build this. You would call Clang or whatever compiler you use. In my case, it's Clang. You supply the main CPP file. And if you don't supply anything, it will give you... I don't have ls. I hate that, man. Did I close this? No, I did not. There you go. Close this here. It will give you a executable. It will give you an executable file. And we can check this out. ls doesn't work, but with dir. You guys sure? Dir? Yeah. And then we can see here we have an a.executable that we can run. And then it gives us hello world. That's essentially, in my opinion, this is the first thing that every single C++ programmer or C programmer should learn before they start using Visual Studio Code, Visual Studio, because they abstract this away from you and you will not understand this very, very simple, what do you call that? Process of creating a file, invoking the compiler with the file, and then ultimately building your own program. Where's that? So this builds your program. It compiles the build file. Where's that? Where's this? It compiles this main file with all of the inclusions. And then whenever you run the output executable file, it will print out your hello world. Cakez, that's good, but it still needs to install Clang. It doesn't come standard with Windows. And installing the compiler is up to you. There's multiple tutorials online on how to get a compiler. I don't know. I don't think I have to explain. Do I have to explain this? Like Clang download, for example? If you want to know how to get the compiler, you just do Clang download, for example. And then there you go. Release notes Clang. Download LLVM. And then it literally shows you where to get there. And then MSVC for Windows is what you get from Visual Studio Code, but that requires a little bit more setup. Or with winget. Yeah, you could get it with winget as well, yeah. I don't think struggling with the compiler on the command line is the first experience you want to have with C++. I am saying that this is the first thing you should learn. Because that's ultimately what every single C++ program goes through. And not knowing how to build a C++ program is terrible in my opinion. Which of them should I download? If you want to download Clang, then you go to the Windows Clang stuff. And it is, let me find this, Win64 executable. This one right here, for example. This is Windows. It's labeled and you just need to get the executable. And then it will most likely ask you whether to add that to your path too. Path means the system variables. So your environment variables here have this in there too, in the path. Whether that be for your user or for the system. System path should have Clang too. Do I have this? LLVM binary. There we go. That needs to be there too. But I think it's in the installer. If not, you can add it manually. And winget adds it to the path automatically. Yeah, so essentially getting the compiler and then at least invoking the compiler once using the command line to get an idea of how it works. And then this is also where all of the compile... This is also where all of the compiler flags come in. You know, like -o, and you could say test.executable. And now it writes you a test executable, right? Now you can name your executable in a different way. And then, you know, this is what Visual Studio Code does. Visual Studio as well. Anyways, let's move on. For simplicity on Windows for C++, I'd go with Visual Studio Community Edition and later look at all the many alternatives, though I agree that understanding the build process, at least the difference between compiling and linking, is kind of important. You should at least know how a C++ program comes to be, in my opinion. Yes. Thank you for the intermission cakes. Sure, bro. Guys, do I create this upgrade? Guys, I wanna ask you a question. Should I do this? Wait. Oh yeah, dodge level. So this is the previous level, right? And then we can do this if check. We can do level up effect on level up. We could do a for loop. Tell me when I'm done with programming this, if you would like to have that in the game or not, to keep it in the game. It is a little bit spammy. Can be very spammy. Right, if I have a lot of heroes. Hero. And we do hero dot. Behind the hero layer, yeah. And this is gonna be a const. For sure. I use an sh file /bat file to do all my CMake commands more easily. But can't you just do a batch file to compile your game directly? Instead of using CMake with that? Like, I don't understand why you go the route of CMake if you're already invoking a build.sh file and build.batch file or build.sh file. Sounds like double dipping to me, but maybe you have like some sort of setup here. Floating message, get origin attacker. Hero. Okay, guys, take a look at this. Did I do everything correctly now? Ah, spawn hero. Hero cost. Yeah.
Gotcha, bitch.
Cool. We built everything. Nice. Let's see if this works. That would be cool. And the glorious make file. If you do incremental builds, you need cmake/meson, etc. Yeah, if you do incremental builds, otherwise it takes so long. Yeah, Synergic Monkey, good morning. Thank you very much for following. Unless you want to do low level, leave C for later. Plain C teaches bad practices. Car analogy. If you want to drive a car, learn to drive a car, not how to build a combustion engine. That's for enthusiasts. I think doing a simple version of C++, where you don't use too many constructs that you don't understand, up until a certain point is good to get into C++. It's a good starting point, because I think otherwise you are overwhelmed with all of the different constructs and how they work. So for example, if I were to make a very fast and simple program, I would probably use std string, maybe, to have very easy string times, you know, finding stuff in a string, comparing two strings. I think that would be very good. I would use that, even though I know that a string is heap allocating. If it's too long, it's calling the heap. And, well, some other constructs like an std array too, I would use that as well. But not too much. Then try to make a very simple program with that. But I wouldn't use too many crazy constructs in the beginning, because it's too much. I would slowly add them in over time. Cakes, how does the linker work? Don't care. I just know that it's happening after building. Then it's linking the libraries together. I don't know exactly how it works, but that's not my point, okay? This is not a test, bitch. Alright, let's see. 100 XP needed. Let's see what happens. Ooh! What do you guys think? What do you guys think, huh? So that's my idea. But this can be crazy, right? What if we do this? I know, and it's not gonna happen in the first level, but what if we have, you know, a little bit too much money? What happens then? Ah, shit. Let's place a couple of them, huh? Xmake is so much nicer than CMake. What is Xmake? Is that a new thing? I think. Hi everyone, it's my first time watching this channel. I've been trying to get into streaming about game dev. Any advice on getting started? You wanna stream game development? I mean, have you already started streaming, or are you going to start streaming in the future? Try to find a way to turn your streams into YouTube videos. Whether that be, let's say you work on a game and you think you have made some interesting changes to your game today. So for example, this video that we see right here is going to be a YouTube video. It's a terrible YouTube video, no one's going to watch it. But it is basically the discussion around awarding experience points in a tower defense game. And what else did we do today, guys? What did we do? Experience points. Oh, and spawning system. So essentially some discussion around experience points and spawning system. And then that could give you like 10 views, 20 views. And over time people will find you through YouTube. And then maybe instead of one viewer, you have 2 or 3 or 5. And that slowly builds up over time. You could also, what you could do, which is interesting, is talk about certain games that are recently released on Steam. And then just talk about the games and then do a YouTube video on that. Or if you're big, if you don't like YouTube much, maybe you're big into Twitter. then, you know, write some Twitter posts about stuff that you do or that's stuff that you are interested in. I don't know. I'm not a big Twitter user, but that could work too. It's all about driving traction from other sources than Twitch. So guys, this is what's gonna happen if there's a lot of units and they level up. Okay, I think it's a little bit over the top, but you decide. Take a look at this. What are you doing? Floating messages? God damn it. What are you doing? How many floating messages? I have 20. Oh god. Okay, well, let's do 200. Fuck, man. So much work. I'll be your first supporter if you use C++ XD. Selecting a hero on the right should be a hotkey. Yeah, it will be a hotkey in the future, bruv. Just be consistent in viewers who will come. No, that won't happen. You can ask Mr. Prime or Pirate Software how consistency worked for them. You need to do more than just sit there and program, bro. Just sitting there and program, anyone can do that. It's a starting point, yes, to get into talking. I'm not saying that you shouldn't do that. Just take a look at those people that are just talking. And then, you know, just sitting there and silent and programming. You gotta do something interesting. I'll your second supporter if you use C++. Streaming C++ seems to bring in a lot more people than Unity. No, I don't think so. I think it's the opposite. You can do a lot of shit with Unity. You wanna see someone that did some interesting Unity stuff? And you can approach that with streaming too. Let me find him. Let me find him really quickly. I haven't watched his content in a while, but I did in the beginning. What the fuck? God, I have too many subscribers. I subscribe to too many people. Goodness. So Danny is obviously the best example, but this guy is new. Hopefully, did he stop making videos? 1 year ago, he stopped making videos. 7 Maya, he stopped making videos. But he made interesting Unity videos. But that's more like a YouTube side of things. If you want to turn your streams into this stuff, then the videos are going to be longer, but you could still make interesting videos from your streams. So you like the number one thing that I would focus on if I was starting to stream from nothing now is to somehow consistently turn my streams into YouTube videos, whether that be some part of the stream like Pirate Software does with shorts, or whether that be longer portions of development sessions from the stream. It doesn't really matter how you turn your stream into a YouTube video, but it needs to be efficient, aka you shouldn't spend 10 hours on one stream, and it needs to be sustainable so that you have fun doing it. So what you could do, for example, is create an interesting game over 5 days, then take those 5 recordings and cut them into, I don't know, 1 hour, 50 minutes, 30 minutes of content, and then upload that to YouTube. That is a lot of work though, going through, let's say, 10 streams, and you stream for like 8 hours every day. That's 80 hours of recording. Watching 80 hours of recording could potentially be 80 hours of work. So you gotta be very careful. Maybe you need to wait to place multiple units. No, it's fine, because this is not gonna happen, bro. Anyways, let's see. Please work, please don't crash. Finding YouTube channels that give up makes me sad. It's just how it is, you know. People get into it, they see that it's a lot of work, and they stop. It's ultimately not what they want to do, so that's fine. But yeah, I see what you mean, right? You found one that you like, and then... Alright. Guys, is that a bit too much? What do you think? So I think it's a little bit crazy on the eyes.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah. What do you think? Yeah. What do you think, guys? Looks good? Don't play in the dark. Yeah. Nah, it looks perfect. Or should I just display it on one unit? To be honest, stopping when figuring out it takes too much time is not wrong. It's better than taking other people's work and talking over it instead. Shut the fuck up, bitch. I do more than just react content, okay? So piss off. You're wrong. It looks so amazing. So I could do this, by the way. Instead of doing it for every unit, we just break. And then we just do it for one. Okay, so this is what it would look like for one unit. What do you guys think? One unit or all units?
Bitch.
As AQ said, it would be staggered given you won't have 3k to begin with, right? Yes, but ultimately later on, when you do have a lot of money and you beat round, let's say, 50, this could happen. Give me a second. Someone is at the door. Okay, I'm back. Did you guys see the baby? Didn't you say he's fairly easy yesterday?
Did you guys see that? No.
Why are you struggling? Well, the
Okay.
first one was, yeah, because he didn't do any damage, but this one you can't see anything. And second, he's black.
Gotcha, bitch.
Okay, bro. Thank you very much for following, Iron. Guys, now, one effect or multiple effects? One effect or multiple? What do you think? Tell me. Multiple or one? What do you guys say? Someone suggested a wave. All of them send it. But then I don't do the skill point. I don't do the +1 skill point. I think the +1 skill point is too much. The floating text. We'll turn this off. We'll do that maybe some other time. Guys, it's too much. Don't you understand? How about a queue ordered by time and position? More on that later, so that only a certain number of messages can appear. That position could be a distance to a corner. Imagine a wave pop-up message would be very satisfying. That is work, but I think it would be satisfying. Now, guys, it's literally just a... I think that's better. What did you do to the chat? They all turned into gamblers, Cakes. I don't know. Eat the nails and they regrow. Science. What? How many fingers have you bitten off by now? Just the nails and they regrow. AQ. Yeah, I know you're right, AQ. It's crazy on the eyes. But I don't think it will look like this. All but not at the same time. No, it has to be at the same time. We'll keep it like this, guys. It's fine. Thanks for the feedback. Leave it for now. We'll leave it for now. Okay. Very cool. We now have experience distribution when the round ends. And that allows us to better balance the rounds. And now the last thing that I would like to work on is this little here, the 20. I feel like this changes sometimes, which is wrong. So let's take a look. It turned to 19 right now. Why does it turn to 19? It should be 20. Why is it 19? So the difference between... This should still be 20, is what I'm saying. Why is it 19? Why does it say 20 here? And then 19 here. This is wrong. So to me, this looks like a lesser equal sign or something.
Gotcha, bitch.
Level data. Display spawn count. Enemies left to spawn. It looks like to me that the level time the round math. Maybe it's this imprecision turning from float to int. It's perfectly divisible and then we lose some accuracy here. It shouldn't really change. Because the moment I spawn an enemy... I wonder what this does, what this says. Enemies left to spawn is 19 and we have 0 here. And then if I restart, it says 20. So this should be 20 left to spawn. Yeah, we have 20 left to spawn. So, And the level time here. I hate that. By the way, why enemies... why do they depend on the timer? Well, they do depend on the timer because every enemy is time-based. So I know that there's some form of imprecision going on here. Time end. is 20. So the moment it doesn't make much sense, because I should have spawned an enemy then. We are greater than start timer. Yeah, okay, man. It's got to be something with this. Give me a second, guys. I need to help really quickly.
Gotcha, bitch.
All right. I think it's the difference between greater but zero something. No, I think it's the difference between this time step here. We have 1 second time step, and then this is from 0. Essentially we need to add in to this time. So essentially, I don't know how to explain it, but only visual. I don't have an exclamation mark game right now. What if you round up the time end minus the level time? I think it's this. Let's say this is time, right? This is how long we spawn. This is the spawn interval. All right, and then these are the steps at which they spawn. I think what's happening here is if we take the entire thing, and let's say this is 20 seconds, right? Now, here we have 0, and here we have 20. And so we spawn 20 divided by 1. (20 units). Now what happens here is if we start incrementing the timer and we start from this point here. Now what we have is 19.5 divided by 1, which results in 19. It's this portion that's fucked up. And so maybe I do need to round up. Now, what happens if we have a step of 2? Let's make an example where we have a step of 2. So 20 divided by 2. That would mean we have 10. And then 19.5 divided by 2 would mean we have... I think I'm gonna do that in my head, bro. 9.75. So maybe I do need to round up. And we have... Ultimately, the result needs to be round up. But this is 19 flat. So what do I round up, essentially? Let's say if this is round up, then we still have the issue of... Okay, if I round up, then we are 19. But if I have 18.5, rounded would turn into 19. And now 19 divided by 2, it's still 9.5. So what do we do here? We can't have 9.5. You need to round before the cast. I know that, guys. I do know that. Why not just keep a counter for each batch holding the number of enemies spawned? We discussed this earlier because I will change the counter while iterating on the game. And therefore, round to the nearest 2.
Am I so out of touch? No.
Arcane TD just subscribed.
Thank you, my man. I
Big
appreciate
tick
it.
Support for 1 year.
I appreciate it, brother. So what I think I need to do here is to factor in the time step, the step. I need to work with this. So what I'm thinking of is to go, in this case, 19.5, add in the 1 second, and then maybe floor this. That would mean we have... I think I need to add in the step at all times. Unless, of course, I have 20. So, like, if I have 20, adding in the step would result in 1 more. So, like, I need to figure out a way where if it's 20, I don't add in the step. If it's less than 20, then I do add in the step. Because this would result in 20.5. And then it would work.
Gotcha, bitch.
So, like, I could do something stupid here, but I could essentially do... Are you doing some fancy rounding to the nearest multiple or something? You could add another counter. I agree, creating more if statements is actually more readable. You don't mean that on purpose, right? You don't mean that on purpose. You're just saying that, right? You don't actually mean it. Isn't it just rounding up all the time? 9.2 is still 20. Guys, it works for 1, but it doesn't work for a step of 2. If I round up 18.5, I result in 19, which is still 10 enemies to spawn, because I didn't spawn that enemy yet. My man, Kern, thank you very much for subscribing with Prime. I really appreciate it.
Am I
And
so
Arcane
out of
TV, thank you
touch?
very much for subscribing with Prime too.
No.
I really
Colonel
appreciate it.
Black
Thank you,
just
guys.
subscribed. Big tick support for 1 year.
Guys, so this would result in 9.5. So I would still have to round this up too. So maybe I always have to round up. So the final result... No, but this doesn't work. Well, okay, fine. I round this up. I don't think it works. I don't think it works, actually. Let me see. Let's create another example, okay? Great. This is 20 seconds, okay? Let's say we have a step of 3. Then we have 20 divided. Let's do 4. Step of 4 is better. It's easier to divide. Five. Now, let's say we do 19 divided by 4. 19 divided by 4 is 4.75. Okay, so that would be round up 4.75. I think you're right, sir. We need to round up both. If you want the spawner to work, you have to implement it in Excel formulas. It's the only way. Okay, bro. Excel formulas. My brother with clean code now. That train left the station 20,000 lines of code ago. Shut the fuck up. So I think this just has to be round up. So that would be seal.
Gotcha, bitch.
F. Maybe this works. Both of them have to be sealed. I think. Maybe it works. We'll test. Hopefully it does. Would be awesome if it does. Please tell me it does, man. Oh, that does look good. Oh. Oh. Ooh. By the way, it does look laggy. Is it just me? Well, it does have 800 FPS right now. Doesn't actually look laggy. Oh. LOL? Guys! My game has 800 FPS. I have twice as much FPS right now. I did some changes to how I calculate shit. And I doubled my FPS. So the rework actually did something, lol. Big dick support, yeah, sir. I wonder how that works, lol. I did have some weird issues with for loops in my entities, maybe that was the issue. That's some optimization, or you deleted something important. No, I didn't delete anything important. The game still runs. Okay, I think I like it, actually. Now, why did I do this? I'll show you. Take a look at the 20 here. You know, how many enemies are still left to spawn?
Gotcha, bitch.
And we are in round 3 right now, okay? Take a look. Round 3. Now, we are spawning 20 crawlers. We're spawning 12 dark enemies. I'm Robot, thank you very much for 30 bits. Wait, no wait, that was the wrong round. Sorry. This is actually round 3. Imagine being proud of 900 FPS with 15 sprites. Should be more like 2000. Enemies counter jumped in the middle of the round. It looks really wrong. Yes, they did. Something's wrong here. Oh, I know why. I know why. I still need to calculate them. But I don't spawn them. Yeah, wait. Level data at the top. Yeah, wait. This is it. This should look better. Alright, let's quickly finish this. This should look better. 10 enemies left to spawn. I think this works now. I know why this happened. It's fine. There we go. Okay, cool. 53. Ah, I have an idea. I know what to do. This works now. You could read my previous message. You overcomplicated it. Wait a minute, what did you say? Counter issues. Dude, at round end, check the next round. Sum up the enemies and just decrease the counter on each spawn. No need for that time-related bullshit. You're wrong. You are wrong, sir. You're wrong. Take a look at this. So we have 33 enemies right now, okay? Why did the counter decrease, man? You're not supposed to do that. Guys, I need this to debug my level. Fuck, man. Why did it go from 33 to 32? Without me killing an enemy. That makes no sense. There's got to be some issue here. with this here. You can set the keybind on hits built-in debug trap the moment of triggering. You should make the game delete system 32 when losing a level. No, I don't need that, and you're wrong. It's been a long time ago I removed that feature. Collector of stuff. I don't have Bezier curve spawning anymore. I did have that a while ago, yes. Like 2 years ago. You should make the game delete system 32. Yeah, sure, bro. Fuck, man. Oh. I know why. This was it. Okay, this was it. You guys don't understand the genius of this, but it's fine. Let's see, 20. The first thing should be 20. Let's calculate the round 2. It is 28. Round 2 is 28. Now, this is why I do this. Take a look. Round 2, right? So I'm saying, I want to spawn 22 crawlers and 6 dark units. No, but instead of 6, I want to spawn 8. Now, the 19 should go up by 2. And it should spawn. This is the first dark one. Second. We count. 3, 4, 5. Wait, are we in round 3? Oh, we were in round 3, of course. Wait. Was this round 2? Wait, so we have 32 right now. Let's turn this to 40. Wait, I'm a moron. It's not changing this weight. I'm an idiot. It's supposed... Wait. Let's undo this too. Actually, I guess 6 is fine. So here's why I do this. We are currently in round 4, right? No, round 3. So if I change this from 12 dark crawler skeletons to 16, it should, the counter should jump by 4. See that? How it jumped by 4 right now? And now instead of 12, we have 16 dark skeletons spawning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So that means an if check is wrong on the level data thing here. It seems like it should have a... It should spawn... Actually, this if check here doesn't really matter. I guess it needs to be greater. Needs to be greater here. And then in the spawn system, I think this needs to be greater too. Right? But does that make any difference? What happened to the +1 in seal? So you're telling me this time-related bullshit is only to increase the counter while you change the level data? Yes, it's for debugging reasons, exactly. Yes, sir. You have no idea how... You have no fucking clue. Like, you have no idea how my spawn system was before. I'm gonna ban you for this, actually, for 5 minutes. You have no idea. Like, this guy's making fun of something you don't understand. See you in a second, bruh. Okay. You're stupid. Like, you don't understand the genius behind this. So this was not only because... Yeah, to explain it to you, okay, you moron. It's not only because I can now change the level data while it's running. It is also before, if I made any code changes while the round was running, it would literally spawn me every single unit that was supposed to spawn from the very beginning of the round to the point where I was in the round. So if I had already spawned 100 units, it would package them all on top of one spot and spawn them all at once because the data got reset. Okay, bruv? So you're wrong in assuming that you know what you're talking about. You don't. Now, we have an issue, guys. I think. I think what we have to do here, and this could be an issue, let me explain to you using paint. So I think the last issue that we have, we need to fix that and then we have it done. So let's say we have 0 and 20 seconds here, okay? And then we accumulate delta time each frame, right? We plus delta time each frame. And we store that in a variable called time. Okay. Wait a minute. So essentially how the spawning system works, if we divide 20 by 20, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on and so forth go to 20. So now delta time works if we check if time is greater or equals to, let's say, 12. Then we spawn. Now what we do here then is we spawn here, 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 and ultimately here. But that would result in 19 actual spawns, I think. Or am I coping here? Am I coping? Shouldn't this result in 19? So why does it spawn, why does it say 20? On the first round, why does it say 20? Let's restart. Why does it say actually 28? Let me check the first round. It says 20 here. Not sure why it says 28. Oh, it's round 2, eh? Round 1. You stupid. Why does it say 20? Yes, 19. Let's see, let's count. How many do we have when they all spawned? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. It's 19. Now it's 19. It turned to 19. These off by 1 errors here, they spawn 20. So I think my spawning system isn't it for the issue, while it should be less than equal to b? The issue is that we could have the frame between here and here could be the delta time. The delta time, the accumulation of time could be 20.5, and then by that point the level time is already greater than the end time, but we didn't spawn the latest one yet. So I think what I would like to do here is add in the spawn batch dot time step. That would allow me to spawn the latest one too. I think. Just do 21, problem solved. Won't the problem persist on later levels? I don't think so. Feels like a drift. Yeah, I could be wrong here. Level time plus 0.5 won't do it. If you seal the time. You mean I should floor the time here? This should be floored. That could make sense. That could work. So if I floor this, then that could work. If I floor this here. It all depends on how much I increment the level time by. And I know that at most, every tick will be at most 0.35 or 0.5 seconds. So you guys know how lags in games can cause delta time to grow out of hand. Delta time in my game is this delta time variable here is at most 0.5 f, 0.5 seconds. I clamp this, even if I have a laggy frame. So it could potentially work. It's a bit annoying, for sure. Both works. No fixed time steps. That makes everything a pain to reason about. Yeah, fixed time steps will happen later. But even on fixed time steps, you can run in this issue. The issue of having 20.5 here and then checking against 20. This issue right here is still there. So there needs to be a way to handle this. We'll be able to do this. I'll test this right now and see if it works. Let's test. By the way, restarting seems to turn it to round 2 sometimes, which is odd. Alright, wait, shit. Let's see. How many do you spawn? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That's good. Fixed time steps allows you to use ints for anything time related. We'll see. The AQ. Maybe you're right. But for now, I think I fixed it. It's a bit annoying. It is the first iteration of this type of spawning system, but I really like it because now I can go ahead and say, okay, well, I have 20 enemies in round 1. How about I go into round 1 right now, and instead of 20, I say 40. And now that effectively extends round 1 by another 20 enemies, and we can test whether that's a good idea or not. And now I can effectively go ahead and balance round 1 with however enemies I want to, and I still have enough experience points after the round is over to know that, oh, I will be level up by this round. And that allows me to balance against rounds and not against enemies giving experience points. And we also share, no, we have to also distribute the experience rounds properly. Now, this is 28. Let's check really quickly. And that is correct. Round 2 should be 28.
Oh.
Cool. This allows me to debug stuff in the future much better. I think we made good progress with this. It's much better, yes. So I can even go ahead and it's like, okay, fine.
Gotcha,
That's a bit, that's not enough. How about we do 24? Then it gives me 2 more enemies here, going to 30. I think this is nice. It also allows me to, you know, space enemies out. It's like, okay, well, instead of 2, let's do 1. Right, and then, okay, the crawlers here, maybe they spawn on 10. Thank you very much for following, Mixedge. Hello there. Yeah, good morning. Hello. Hope you're doing good, bro. Cool. I like it. Round too long. It's boring to sit there and one-shot the same enemy. It's not one-shot, bro. You're wrong. Okay. Guys, it is time. So, I wanted to do this today. I created a... Well, I uploaded a video yesterday. Talking about bad habits in C++. And obviously people were shitting on the video. I love it. I was expecting this to happen, and it did happen. Okay, this video right now is sitting at about 81% likes because it was a video about noob habits in C++. And the comments were really cool to read through. We read through them earlier today. Can't be fixed with STD Atomic or Auto R. Can't this be fixed with? And you know, because there's a lot of opinions, Cakez quickly becoming my favorite programming YouTuber. I feel like I actually relate to him. Love this video, trying out Zig. The frustrations are real and raw. Love watching these videos. Take care if you're trying to learn anything though. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Who was this guy? Okay. Anyways, so I knew this was gonna happen, and now we're going to watch someone who is smart explain the things that I can't explain. Okay, I found the Tamakochi dev C++. If he was here, he would be banned. True. Right, so we're gonna watch this guy explain RAII and explain to us why it's good or bad. Okay, let's see. And I know that he is in the bottom right, so I gotta move myself. Where do I put myself? I guess I'll put you guys here. Put myself like that. Looks a bit odd that I'm inverted, right? Chat? Yes. All right, guys, you ready? You ready for the take? Let's see.
Stack Overflow says you must use smart pointers. The handmade hero codebase has no smart pointers. How can
okay.
this be?
Oh, can you hear this?
So roughly what I would say about that is you can imagine, if you imagine like a programmer's life cycle,
yeah.
You know, it looks something like the following.
Yeah.
So, you know, no one's like just born knowing how to program. It's something that you learn, and inside your brain, you learn to program in very definitely in stages, right? And the stages are pretty...
Before he continues, I think programming ultimately is just another tool to solve problems. So if you are getting better at programming, you're effectively just getting better at solving problems using the tools you're given. Whether that is tools from the standard library or whether that is tools from C, from Go, from Rust, ultimately it doesn't really matter. You learn to use the tools. Maybe you're constrained, maybe you're free to use whatever you want to, but it's ultimately about just solving problems, having an issue and then solving that. So, but obviously there's a lot of language features and right ways and wrong ways to do this. Like people come up with this stuff. So let's see.
Consistent, I think.
Oh, what's this dude's name? So this is Handmade Hero. This is Casey Muratori. He's been programming for effectively very long time, essentially. I don't know how long even, but essentially he's been in the field for a very long time, and he's worked on different games, helped Jonathan Blow make games for him, programming-wise, and he's also been programming some other stuff. I don't know exactly what he's been programming, but he's very knowledgeable when it comes to C and C++ and how the operating system works, and essentially the compiler and C and C++.
Like, I won't try to do them all here, but at some point when you go through these stages, you get to stage N, and stage N is, I guess, what I would call the individual element thinking, right?
Mm-hmm. Whatever that is.
Individual element thinking is when you think of each specific piece of data in your code as having its own lifetime. So, for example, if you're going to create, like in our code, we have entities.
Yeah.
You think about every entity as getting like a new or a malloc or, you know, the first time you create it. And then you think of it having like an endpoint that's its own. And that's where you call like delete, or the garbage collector, you know, cleans it up, or a smart pointer, in this case, automatically deletes it because someone else is owning it or whatever, right? Yeah. And these architectures tend to look like they have like RAAI style. They have like, you know, literally like thousands or millions of new delete, you know, or malloc free. They have... I
mean, it depends how you do it, but if you're using smart pointers, yes. So let's say you create a projectile, you turn that into a smart pointer projectile. I don't know why you do that, but essentially that's how you do it. And then after the projectile is done doing its damage, it's going to clean up after itself. And then you don't have to worry about freeing or allocating the projectile itself, because it's all done using the smart pointer, and you just use the projectile, essentially.
Giant nests of pointers from things to other things, right? And this is just some place you get to in your thinking about how. I
can give you the link after the video, bro. It's fine. I'll give it to you. Yeah.
Now, a lot of people never move past this point. Sometimes they don't move past this point because they never program in a language that doesn't have a garbage collector. If you're always in a language with a garbage collector, you probably don't think about these things very much. And to the extent that you ever actually...
No, you don't. Oftentimes you don't. You know that it's going to be cleaned up, you use it, and then you don't even have to free it. You just use it, exactly. Like, for example, but you do. So for example, in Unity, have you guys ever heard about object pooling? Where it's often used for projectiles. And correct me if I'm wrong here, but... You have an object pool for projectiles, and then whenever you create a new projectile, you create it in that pool. And whenever the projectile ultimately dies, the pool is still there. There's a slot in the pool for a new projectile that opens up. And so if you create a new projectile, it is then taken from the pool before maybe taking more data from somewhere else, because the pool is not exhausted yet. And the pool is essentially working as like a fixed array where it gets some holes, or maybe it's packed, and you ultimately just, you use this pool, which is a fixed memory slot, essentially. I don't know exactly if that's how it is in Unity, but that's how it works. Yes.
It will only be because you're trying to do something performance-oriented, and you have to start pretending you're actually...
And so you do think about the lifetime of objects, especially when you take a look at the inspector, and you see that an object is still alive, even though you're no longer using it. And then you're like, oh shit, I didn't clean this object up. That happens in Unity. Now, I don't know about other games, especially where you don't have an editor like Unity to help you out.
your own memory, even though
Can I set to 1.25 speed? Is he too fast? Yeah, sure, I can.
And most people who write games in garbage collected languages have had to do this. But if you're just doing things that are not like performance critical in that way, you wouldn't know. You'd never have to get past here, right? Someone on the Twitch said try catch, and I'll put that in here as well. So this is individual element thinking. And it's something everyone does. I've definitely had a period where I was programming that in. So I don't want to say that people who do it are stupid or something, because everyone does it. Like there's no not doing it. I don't know anyone who ever successfully avoided this stage of thinking. The stage is stupid, meaning the code you write will be stupid, but you are not stupid because everyone does this at some point. The key is you have to get to n+1 at some point, which is group thinking, right?
Okay. What does that mean?
And at group element thinking stages, this tends to be like large collections created, destroyed at the same time. Almost no...
So essentially, instead of... That would be the... Actually, but that's the pool of projectiles. The object pooling for Unity. That would be the grouped element thinking, where you have your projectile pool, arrays everything. Yeah, so an array of projectiles in Unity that are there all the time. And if a projectile dies in the pool, a slot opens up. Yeah, true. That is the n+1 then. Let's do this with Unity as an example, right? For my game, that would be normal arrays, and then having an array of fixed size for the projectiles. And if the array is too small, I need to make sure that the array is bigger. Yeah.
Very, very few... new delete malloc.
Yeah, true. Because you're essentially, instead of turning every projectile into new delete, you're turning it into a pool new delete, essentially. Yeah.
Heavy use of scratch space.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the scratch space, right? The slot that opens up. True.
Typically, like hashes and reuse show up in here a lot.
Yeah, I don't have hashes. It's too complicated for me, but yeah, I guess you could. Yeah, true.
So,
I guess.
When you're talking about making this jump,
when
you make this jump from n to n+1, so smart pointers live here.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So at the stage when you're still stuck thinking about individual pieces, all having their own lifetimes, the problem that you run into is that there's so many of these things. I mean, there's literally millions or even billions of them in a program. If you were to manually always be allocating and freeing all these things individually,
that's
you can
impossible.
See why people say, well, you got to do smart pointers. Because otherwise you have to remember to always, in two places, you declare the pointer, and then in the destructor, you have to add a delete manually. You can see why people think in their head smart pointer makes sense here, because it's a way of typing something. I can just look at one line that's the declaration of the pointer and know that it's going to get automatically freed.
I mean, so far he's only talking about the memory, right? And the argument under the video is that it's not only for memory, but it's also for file I/O.
Right?
You can use RAI with the large collections too. Yeah, true, you can, potentially. But then you have a projectile in there that doesn't use a smart pointer. Or in the destructor, you don't free the element, but you basically say that this slot is now empty. It wouldn't be a deallocation. You can still do it, yes. Of course.
Now, the problem with this is you're really just patching over a flaw in your architecture. If two things are inextricably linked such that you have...
Yeah, the point is that it is optional, exactly. I think that's the point that he's trying to get to. You can use it, it's a tool, but you don't have to. So in the case of, let's keep the projectile array, I could keep the projectile array with holes, or whenever a slot opens up, I just move the last element of the projectile into that slot, and now I decrease the counter. Now I don't need to clean up anything. The cleanup happened because I moved the array, moved the elements over. You know, that's really not something you do with RAII, right? You don't really do that. You could program it that way using a destructor, right? It is possible, but it's not required. At this point, it becomes optional. Because now you don't have that many places where you do new and delete, and you can track them better.
One get automatically freed when the other one is freed. In all but the very, very rarest of circumstances, what that means is those things should actually have a combined lifetime. And so what should actually happen is you should have just had one large pool that all of those things got created in that is just streaming into that pool so that you'd never have to do that. The pool gets freed together, so you...
So essentially, this is what it looks like when you do that in one pool. Obviously, it's not the best example, but it works for my game. And whenever I release my game, it becomes even more true than it is right now. Okay, guys? It is essentially happening like this. This is the entire... let's go here. This is where I allocate my memory. Bump allocation. It's very, very easy allocation. Very simple. Right? From a persistent storage. I'm bump allocating stuff here. And this is essentially the one place where I do that. And then essentially... at the very end of the lifetime of my program, past the loop, I would free stuff. And so you have one package where you do that and the other package where you delete. And then that's two places, essentially, instead of millions.
You don't need to have this rat's nest of pointers that you crawl through to make sure you eliminate everything. So that's what we do in Handmade Hero. We just have pools
You can
that get
do
freed at the
everything
right
he
time.
said with C++ style, yes. But the point is that it's not a requirement anymore. It is optional. You are free to use it if that's what you like using, but it is not a requirement to tangle through a mess of pointers.
And everything that goes together goes in the pool. So I never have to sit around running around grabbing pointer, you know, which is what a smart pointer chains, that's what they do. One person gets freed, it crawls, the next person gets freed, crawls, the next person gets freed, right? It's extremely inefficient. And so you're just wasting the user's time by dynamically discovering the scope of a group that you should have already known, right? So basically, when you move from here to here, smart pointers become irrelevant. You really don't need them anymore, right? Because you just don't have ownership concerns like the kind that you have here, right? You know, you could say ownership is a constant concern and mental overhead, right? Whereas here, like, ownership is obvious and, you know, trivial in 99% of cases.
Yeah, that's what I noticed so far with me too.
So basically, like, the thing to understand here is just that all of the advice you see online pretty much is for people thinking at this level, which is not where you want to be. Like, you're going to have to go through it at some point to understand what's going on, but your goal is to go from here to here. So advice like use smart pointers or the Rust borrow checker, like all that stuff, those are for people who are still not very good at programming, right? They're in a stage of architecture that is...
Ooh, he just shot a huge bullet. Ooh, this is gonna upset a lot of people. Okay.
Very
Did you guys hear that? Not very good at programming. Ooh.
limited
Shots
and not
fired.
appropriate
That
for
hurts.
modern...
Oh, I can't wait for the downvotes. Let's go.
high-performance, well-architected code. It's an old way of thinking that just still is very prominent, and you're just seeing advice from that. Just the goal is to move on, right?
Okay.
So don't waste a lot of time learning all of this crap. You will have to go through this stage because everyone does eventually, but the goal is to get out of it as fast as you can.
Now the question is, what is +2? Okay, he advertised +2. I'm in +1 then. I started to go to +1. What is +2?
Because 100% of all code written in this style sucks. There is
+2 actually writing a rocket science code?
no such thing as a
We-
good piece
we
of code
go
that
to the
has
moon?
these ideas in it, because they are inherently inefficient, buggy, and over-architected, right? They're just not good, right? So this is what you're looking at, and so it's hard to discern. When you see advice like this, you're like, where is it coming from and what does it mean? That's what it means. It means that people are in this land and this is where they live, and, you know, until they move from n to n+1, they're going to constantly be thinking things like RAII or smart pointers are good, but they're just not. They're just lousy architecture, and when you move past them, you notice...
I don't think it's lousy architecture. It does have some points in it. Like, I think, like, you could still do n+1 using RAII, right? So, like, you can still do that if you like doing that. And then we still don't have a point about the file IO. Maybe he goes into this.
Like, actually, all of that crap that I used
Scope
to have to
issue,
spend time dealing
advice,
with is just
paranoia,
gone now.
example. Okay.
Does that help? Suncoder says N+2 is when you've reached Guru stage after 30 years and your code finally looks as simple as written by someone at N-3, but is free of all the BS. You're absolutely right. Like, basically, my code now looks a lot like my code from 20 years ago, minus a few very critical, stupid things, right? But it's hard to get there. That's why I say, like, you know, I try not to be too derogatory to people who talk about these things because it was me, right? The temptation is once you know that something is stupid, to say that someone who does it is...
4 years Rust graphics in game programming in, and I am using bump allocators in places that make sense, like the game loop. What is the issue? I don't think there's an issue. Like bump allocating stuff, maybe have transient storage that gets reset every frame, and you sometimes use the bump allocator to store some memory. That is, you know, transient and not persistent. I don't see a big issue with that. You have the allocation there. It's already allocated. You don't need to free it. You just set a counter to 0. I think that's fine. I do that too.
But it's important to remember that you were also stupid, right? So, you know, stupid is as stupid does, right? So, like, I've done all this stuff, and so I know that you go through that stage. So I can't say, like, don't do this, it's stupid, because actually everyone will do this at some point. What I'm trying to say is that, like, look, it's a phase we go through, it's not a good idea, and so the goal is just to move past it as soon as your brain is capable of grappling with what's actually going on. Right?
There was a question for Casey saying Rust programs are bad, bro.
Is like,
really?
It's like the scope of your thinking has enlarged. So at this point, your brain is only capable of focusing on like a very small piece of code. So obviously, it has to think in terms of things like RAI or pointer nests, because you can only think of like this little piece. It's one of the reasons I think people like OOP is because it allows you to think very small. You're just thinking about a little small piece and not how the whole program works.
I don't want to cut through the video, but is there more?
And as you can get even just a little bit larger, so maybe you're not at like the whole system yet, but you're a little bit larger, and now you're thinking of systems in the code, then you can move out to like, oh, actually these things flow and bind together, right? And when your brain can get there, then you can just throw all this away because now you never need it anymore, right? And you're up to here, right?
Okay.
Does this stuff apply to game engine programming only or also to corporate logistics? It's true for all code. It has nothing to do with the type of code you're writing. Your code is always better if you think about things in terms of groups that work together as opposed to thinking in terms of pigeonhole.
I use RAI. I don't think anything bigger than an individual element.
I'm not sure about the NN+1 like series thing. Like, I don't know if it's possible to teach someone in a way that makes them skip N altogether. It might just not be, right? It might be that you...
If he doesn't expand that list with an actual N+2 list, I will be mad. True.
It's a scope issue. Like, your brain has to start thinking of the fundamental unit as not being little micro allocations, right? Because the individual element thinking is about micro allocations, right? It's about lots of little tiny things that get allocated and deleted that all have dependencies on each other.
All right.
And the benefit of that is that your brain only has to think about the one tiny thing when it writes it, right? And that's why you see like what I would sort of call like there's a separate thing in stage, and there's like this paranoia too. It's like a person in a room with a tinfoil hat where they're...
So I might cut out some stuff if it doesn't relate to this, okay? We're still gonna watch it, but I might cut it out for the video. Because it just doesn't... We're interested in the points here, right? But we'll just let him talk. I don't want to miss anything, okay?
They're trying to guard against every possible thing that could happen to this type at any time. And people think they're doing good programming when they do that, but it's actually the opposite. If you are trying to prevent errors that by the structure of your architecture cannot happen, you are literally creating worse code. Code only should do the minimal number of things that it has to do the job. Anything else is just like ruining the environment, right? You are literally just expending entropy into the environment to melt the ice caps. That's all you're doing, right?
Doesn't give any concrete examples.
There's nothing clean about code with 57,000 try-catch statements and 50 million objects just to open a file, right? It's actually terrible and never should be done because it's a tremendous amount of CPU code spent to do absolutely nothing. And the reason that people do that is because when you have this pigeonhole view and you can only program or think about this tiny little thing, like all you can do is write a file handle. That's the only thing that you're working on, and you refuse to consider the rest of the system at all. What else can you do? If your programming problem is by definition that you cannot work on
Guys, I'm gonna speed run this a little bit
then
faster.
paranoia, of course, that's in, because anything could be true now. You have no preconditions, no postconditions. You don't even have during conditions. You don't even know that the things that you're calling, they might throw exceptions, they might do whatever, right? And so when you start doing that, what you've basically decided to do is spend almost 100% of your time not actually working on the problem you were paid to solve, and rather spend 100% of your time solving problems you don't actually have, and creating problems for the people upstream, because now all of this like uncertainty is injected into the system.
I see what he was trying to say.
And so
Okay.
it's not that if you are doing this kind of architecture, it's not that RAI isn't necessary. It actually is, because you've actually made very bad decisions about how to structure your code, such that now you really could fail at any time, because you're doing a million allocations. Any one of them could fail. If instead you had just allocated as a block, now you never need any of that error handling, because either it succeeded or it failed once, and now you don't need to worry about all these little micro allocations, right? If I allocate a block that stores a complete data structure in all the pieces, I only have one thing to check when I start. Did I get it or didn't I? If instead I allocate each little individual piece and wire them all together, every single allocation is a failure point. So now it's not paranoia to go, I need all these try except blocks and exceptions. Like, no, that's true now, because you've chosen a very poor way to structure your code.
He's right though,
so
yeah.
now you created all of these problems that you must now solve, right? So the key is stop thinking that way. Instead of thinking, I have to
What is
create
this?
a million
Example
little
of
tiny
RAI.
things that
Okay, so
conspire
he's giving
to
an
produce a
example
result.
here.
Start thinking about what are the minimal number of resource requests I can issue to do the entire thing I need to do. And once you do that, you find that everything actually becomes mostly trivial. All this stuff, right? So I can
Okay, so like essentially, I'm gonna sum this up really quickly. In the paranoia part, he's talking about how if you do a bunch of allocations, there can be, you have to worry about not receiving the allocation. Therefore, you have to make sure that it's checked and handled properly. So you can, for example, raise an exception and then maybe try and catch that exception. And that is a lot of uncertainty in programs that is not needed if you do a ginormous block allocation. Because then, let's say at the very start of your program, you check that ginormous block. Do you have it? Yes. Do you not have it? Do the handling of the error there. And then the rest of your program is not subject to these paranoias, to the paranoia of not being able to allocate something. Then you need to be able to handle this case. Now you know that you will most likely receive something, and you can just move on with your way and actually solve the problem that you're trying to solve, which is, let's say you make a projectile spawn, right? Let's keep it by the projectiles. That's essentially the to summarize the paranoia part here. And now he's giving an example of RAII. Let's see
a simple
here.
example of a step from n to n+1. So when I did the first version of the character animation system at RAD, I still was at stage n. And when I did the second edition, I moved to n+1. And the small step I took at that time, the first step, was going, hey, if I have something like a character that has a certain number of bones and a certain number of meshes, right? What I used to do is I used to like new a character, and then I would new an array of bones, and I would new an array of meshes, and then the meshes would an array of vertices, right? All I did in that first step was I just said, oh, actually, when I create a character, I made this little thing that allowed me to say, here's all the memory that I need. I need this many meshes, this many bones, this many that, this many this for the character. And I just had a little utility function, utility struct I wrote that allowed me to like say, here's the stuff I need, go. And it would then try to allocate that entire block of memory that would be needed for the whole thing, and it would parcel it out. So then it would like set the pointers properly, automatically for me. That changed 5, 6, 7, 8 failure points into one failure point, which is way more reliable, right? Just that one step.
So what he's saying is, instead of having an array that he newed, an array of bones where he called new, he would have a fixed sized array of bones that could potentially have some scratch space in it, where you have maybe 5 bones that are empty. And then it only has, I don't know, 20 bones in the character. That's essentially what I'm getting here. So essentially, instead of allocating the character and then allocating the bones and allocating the vertices, he has all of this already allocated, and the character just holds all of that data already. So it's one allocation instead of 7. essentially.
Makes it 8 times less likely that your code will fail, that you have a bug somewhere, right? And so it's just a case of just like start wherever you can. Anything you can do in your code base to do less, to make less calls or operations that can fail, right? Just try to start collapsing them together. And eventually, right, you get to the point where you've got like the typical thing that me and John Blow do now, and I think DICE does this too, so even like the EA games do this, is every frame you just have an arena for that frame of memory, and anything that's specific to the frame just goes in there.
Yeah.
This eliminates...
So it's basically called a transient storage. You give it a, let's say, let's throw some random number, 512 megabytes of space. That's transient for the frame. And then every single, I don't know, unit, enemy, projectile will use that memory that gets temporary, that needs a temporary. So for example, you probably need a new mesh, and then you load that mesh into this temporary memory, and that mesh then gets uploaded to the GPU and stays there for a while. And so in order to use temporary memory, you won't use a new allocation, you use your transient storage that is already allocated and freed for this frame. So you have 512 available for that, and then maybe you use 50 megabytes for the bones and the mesh and the vertices. You upload that to the GPU, you're done uploading. Obviously, this is a bad example in this case because you would probably do this in your own thread. But let's say it's all, you know, what do you call that? Parallel, and then the opposite of parallel, guys. What is the opposite of parallel? The two things at once in one, guys. Serial. Sequential. Yeah, let's pretend it's all done sequentially, right? Which would be slow. Then, you know, you use that, you upload it, it's on the GPU, next frame it gets cleared, and now you have your 512 again. Essentially, that's what it looks like, and that's what it looks like these companies, and they do. Which I think is a good thing to do. And if you're worried about, for example, having scratch space, we can take a look at a very simple calculation of a 4x4 texture, right? We have 4,000, was it 48? 12? 32? I think it's 48, right? 36? Wait, 1,012, 24, 36, 48, yeah. So for this times 4,048, right? This is a texture. And for every single one of these pixels, oh, it's 4096. Wait, really? No, it's 4048. Right? Wait a minute. Oh, you're right. Sorry about this. So let's say you have a texture, 4K texture. You need to multiply that by itself. And then you get however many pixels are in that texture. And then you multiply that by, let's say, the color channels. That would be red, green, blue, and maybe an alpha channel. So multiplied by 4. This is however many bytes you have for this one particular texture. This is how many bytes you need. And so you could essentially divide that by 1,000. And now you have kilobytes. That is 67,000 kilobytes. And so that is quite a lot of memory as far as you can see. And now let's say you have a vector 2. We have 2 floats. That is 8 bytes per vector. And you allocate 1,000 of those. Now that is 8 kilobytes. And let's say you're only using half of these. You're using 4 kilobytes less. Essentially, you're wasting a space of 4 kilobytes. In relation to one 4K texture, that's ginormous. And so this is how I started thinking when I started using what he calls scratch space. You will have some wasted memory, but if you extrapolate that to a program that uses textures and models, the wasted space, maybe it adds up to 100 megabytes or 50 megabytes. While that's still a lot, it is not that much in practice. Depends on the game, of course, but yeah, for my 2D game, and I'm pretty sure for most 2D and even 3D games, this won't be too much. because the data won't be that big. You won't have that much data.
Literally like thousands to hundreds of thousands of allocations that happen in the kinds of systems that don't think this way. Just that one thing. And it removes almost all possible failure points, because in general, you can put a bound on that number and know that, like, as long as you can seed that arena with a certain amount of memory, you'll always be fine. So you can even basically say, like, look, this is just fine now. We literally got rid of all those failure points. Whereas if each of those things had been a new, any single one of them could technically fail, right? And because you don't even really know, right? You have no way of even guessing how much memory that thing requires, because you have no way to even measure it. But once you group them together, it's trivial to say, okay, we've
okay, I think he's given the example. Right? I'm gonna skip here.
And off we go. Steps I take now that are past that are I just design out the failure entirely. So what I do is I take arenas now and I stream into them, and if they can't get more memory to grow when they need to, all the code is usually written to handle when something comes back, it just produces a stub rather than a real one, and all the code still works. So that's the way I do those things now, and they literally can't fail. Even if you run out of memory in the middle of something that you don't even know what the size should be.
I just have an assertion, and then I make the memory bigger.
In the sense it doesn't crash. It just can't draw like the rest of the things. You know what I mean? Am I concerned at all with secure coding concepts to cover undefined behavior with people looking to exploit it? So, I mean, that's a separate thing. I'm talking about failure cases that are natural, right? So
okay, fine. We're just going to watch this, but I think we've gotten the point, right? Where's N+2?
Adversarial failure is completely different. That's like hardening.
Where's N+2, bro?
However, as with all things, it is much easier to harden code written in the grouped way than it is to harden code in the individual way. Because again, if every single thing you do does a new allocation, it's very hard to make any statements about bounds or where things are or when they come into existence or not. It's very hard to keep that safe because it's just a sprawling mess of pointers that point everywhere, right? Whereas if everything uses IDs and an arena, it's way harder for an adversary to crack in there, and it's way easier for me if I have to go harden it for some reason because like it's something that's going to get exposed to a net area or whatever to work with. So I would say N+1 makes it way easier to harden as well, but I'm not talking about that right now. I'm strictly talking about just failures that happen normally, right? So failures that happen without an adversary.
I'm still waiting for the +2, bruv.
And just to be clear, like usually what I do is I use growable arenas, so I don't allocate them up front. They're like the ones in Handmade Hero now. They just grow as necessary. So basically, like
this video
just
was
keep pushing on to the end of the arena.
The only argument against RAI was many small allocations are bad, but vectors RAI encourages few big allocations.
If you fail to push something, you just get a stub back, right? Because I don't want to have to check those.
Yeah, but that's why we are watching it, and we got to the point where we stated that RAI is not bad, it's just a tool, and it is an optional tool when you're getting to this point. You can still use RAI. That's the idea. You don't have to use it, because it's not a requirement anymore. It's just a tool. He said it's for bad programmers. Yeah, but that's why we are taking a look at the video and we are building our own opinion. We're not taking the opinion of someone and disregarding everything he says just because you disagree with one point. You have to take in the entire thing and then pick out the stuff that you think is valuable. Okay? It's not as black and white as it seems. There's always some truths and some stuff that you think, well, no.
All zeroed.
That's fine.
Right? And then when you actually run through your performance, what you usually want to do then is each arena has an initial allocation size that you usually tune to try and make it so that it doesn't have to really do growing very often, right? Because anytime you've got this system in place, you get another huge bonus, which is allocation is like very cheap. It's like one check and one add to like move the thing forward, right? So you can also get a huge speed boost by then just looking and saying how big should these arenas be in general and setting their initial sizes to that, because then you also don't hit the actual allocator.
Yeah, that's what I do. I just make them big enough so I don't run out of space.
Let's say I want to push some dynamic amount of data and I run out of space. The calling code expects n bytes and will write n bytes, but I don't have n bytes. How do you handle this case in that style? You've got two choices. So one choice is that you actually write your code to look at what comes back and handle it, right? And that's still the N class way. I usually do that though, and the reason for that is because it's usually actually not that hard to do, right? I tend to check those things anyway. But
Strawman
You can
argument?
decide
I
not
don't
to do
think
that.
it is, to
What
be
you can
honest.
do, if you
It's
like,
an argument,
is you can
bro.
just return a ring mapping. So similar to what happens in when you call mmap on Linux, where it just maps the
Agree
same
with
4K
you, Kai.
page
I don't
repeated,
think it is.
like forever, right? So then you can just return a pointer to that page, and people can read and write to it for the rest of time, and they'll never crash, but they also didn't actually do anything. So that's a good option if you literally, like, if you really just want to go, look, I want to handle any failure cases here, but I also don't want to introduce any overhead into the code or possible mistakes because a lot of people are going to be using variable size things. I don't want them to have to test anything. That almost never happens. It's really rare because most things aren't variably sized. So that's why I usually just return a stub that you write to. But if it's really, truly variably sized, right, you can just return a repeat mapped page, which is a stub for arbitrary sizes.
Okay, I think he's done
can
talking
do that.
about memory.
So
ZII. Everything is 0 by default. 0 is always an accepted value. I see.
So the way that I do stub stuff is I use what I call zero as initialization. So it's like RAII but good.
Okay, so let's make our own idea. So let's say if that is +2, right? If we go into the game and we call spawn enemy, this returns me an enemy pointer. So oftentimes I do spawn enemy and then I check, well, did I get an enemy back? What if we can't spawn an enemy? And it say, by his idea, 0 is a good idea. Is always true. So I would have to return the null pointer here. Correct? And so I cannot add the enemy because it doesn't return me a proper index. I would have to check this here, you know, is the index unequal to an invalid index? Right here. And then if it is, then we get by default the return value would be null pointer. And then over here we would do this. Then 0 is an accepted value. And I return null pointer. I think he's saying you always have a dummy entity that's always valid. I didn't catch the context though. Yeah, so the dummy entity could be returning this static memory here. And the reason why this is static for me, by the way, is because entity is very large. And if I put it on the stack, I'm running out of stack space. So I'm putting it in the static memory. While yes, that's a bit slow and annoying, it also makes me not run out of stack space. So that's why it's static. I could have this be a dummy entity on the game state in the heap memory. That could be a 2. But I put it here, essentially. So yeah, I could return this, essentially. True. It's just not gonna spawn an enemy then, and then I would probably have to toss in like a warning, right? Here. Or maybe like an assertion. Something like this. Correct? But the program would still run, it just wouldn't spawn an enemy, which, I don't know, I think I'd rather hard crash here. I'd rather turn it into a crash. Because then I notice it immediately. Yeah, interesting, okay. So that's his n+2 essentially. Okay, 0 is always an accepted value. Same, I don't like this at all. Yeah, I don't like this either. I don't know if this is like
zero's
+2.
initialization just means that memory is 0 by default, which is true anyway. Any memory you get from the operating system is 0 by default. You have to be like on an embedded system or something before that's not true. But for security concerns on Windows, Mac, Linux, whatever, the memory you get back is 0.
Pop-up screen download.
So the way
more
that I handle
RAM.
stubs
Yeah,
is all code is written so that 0 is the default case, which means that you can always return a stub, which is just a block of zeros. So you just have a stub in memory that's a block of zeros, and anytime something fails, you just return that one instead. Then when the person actually reads to it, or reads from it, or writes from it, it just doesn't do anything. And then at the end, you just clear it, right? At the end of the frame, you just clear it. Or every time you're going to go hand it out again, you clear it.
I see.
No, the code doesn't check to see if...
Yeah, so essentially, instead of returning a null pointer here, it would be essentially like this stub. Right, and let's undo this. It would be, I don't know, enemy is stub, which I guess that would be like a memory that is full of 0. Yeah, something like that. Not a null pointer, but that's actually like that would be then decasted to an entity pointer. Essentially like that. And then it returns us a 0 entity. It's essentially like that. And this stub is like global. Everyone uses this stub and it gets cleared to 0 every frame. So to make sure that it's always 0, and then you could potentially handle this. You could do, you know, enemy. You could essentially do like this still here. You're writing to the stub at this point, but then that's cleared to next frame and it's gone. Yeah, you could still do this because you have the stub memory. Obviously, the stub has to be big enough then, though. But yeah, he's only talking about memory. And earlier today, we talked about the use case when we have a file handle. And to sum it up a little bit, we... Oops, sorry about that. Let's go do write file. To sum it up a little bit, what the argument was is we either write or read a file. Potentially this here could fail. The f write could fail, and therefore we still have an open file and try to write to it, but it didn't work. Therefore, let's say the assertion hit, or it how do you call that? How do you call that? It exited out early, and the f close on the file handle never happened. And a good way to get around that is to have a class using RAII, where it would always make sure that you f open the file. And then close the handle. And now, my counter argument for this is to use defer together with a macro. So instead of creating a class for this, which is optional, you can do that, and it's a good point to bring up, right? You would always make sure that you close the handle, and you make sure that you free it so that others can write from the file or read from the file, write to the file or read from the file. But you could also create a defer statement that always gets executed when you run out of scope, and then you create a macro that says read file, and it puts the defer statement right below the write file or read file call, and then whenever you run out of scope, it still happens. So there is a potential way around this use case that is still correct. It doesn't require you to clean up after yourself. And so at this point, for me, the RAI statement is valid. It makes sense, but it's not required. We're talking about being required here. You got that right? You can write your own defer with RAI, that's kind of cool. Yeah, you can do multiple things. True, yes, exactly. You can do multiple things. And I think that's the beauty, right? You don't have to do it this way, but you can. File handling is one of the situations where go-to is handy for always doing cleanup, whether you jump to it explicitly or execute it manually. Yeah, anyways, so that's my point. I like the n+1 here. The n+2 is a little bit wonky for me. I don't know if that's a good idea to do or not, but it's optional, right? In situations where you always need to have back memory, maybe returning a stub is a good idea. But I think that's a very nice conversation to have, and yeah, I can't wait for the downvotes. See you next time. Very nice. Oh, n+3 is Rust? True. Or is it n-3? Yeah, my case is a different checkboard color per texture, type 2. I use a different checkerboard color per texture to type 2. n+3 programmer is when you realize computers are terrible and you go build a house in the forest. Anyways, guys, I think we did good. We really did some Poggers Madoggers stuff today. Very happy. We really made a good amount of progress on the game in terms of spawn system and debuggability. And what else did we do? We did spawn. Oh yeah, and experience gain. We did that too. So essentially what we did today was git add I can't see. Git add. Yeah. Git commit -m. Reworked. Reworked. What is it called, guys? We reworked XP gain for heroes and the spawning system. There you go. Git push. Very nice. Chat's mom is fat. Good. Nice. You guys learned something today? You gotten smarter today? What do you think? How much smarter have you gotten today? 10 times? 5 times? I can't wait for Cakez to release a game and I can finally take him serious. At -1, I grew a new brain. Good, good. I lost IQ points. 1 unit. Nailed. 0 is an accepted value, or I better go rewrite all my math then. N brain cell +1. Okay, sir. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna send you over to Jackie Codes. She's back streaming, it looks like. Maybe she was at the HackerCon as well. I'm gonna send you over. I hope you had a fun time today, and I really appreciate all the support. Thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in to YouTube as well. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. Did you just spend 5 hours to set your wave counter? Shut the fuck up, bitch. Okay, I improved my game by 10-fold today, so you're wrong and you're negative. Okay, don't demean the process I made today. Okay, I'm gonna ban you, but not today. See you tomorrow, guys. Have a great day. Peace. Bye bye. And on YouTube too. See you tomorrow, guys.